Oh, sorry. Um, I'm so sorry to tell you, the Jarch I was betting on, I lost on, I said on YouTube, on eBay today. But once I get my, just because money's slightly tight right now, and that money that people donated technically hasn't come through yet, once the 20th slash 21st rolls around, I'm just going to go ahead and pull the trigger and buy one. Wrong mic. Is it? God damn it. Yeah, no, it is. All right, let's try this. There we go.
All right, that should be better. Yeah, I have no idea what the fuck. Why? Hello. Mic should be good now, right? Bet, based. There, I think I like that lighting a little bit. Well, it's a little bit dark on one side. That's fine. God, I need a better fucking camera. Show your earrings. Oh, my Goosebumps earrings? Yeah, it's spooky season. I never get to wear my Goosebumps. I've had these, honestly, for like... I bought them at a... Because I try... When I go to, like, little markets and stuff around town, I will try to, like, support local businesses, local artists, small sellers. And there's one shop I really love around here. If you ever come through Spokane, go visit Petunia and Loomis. You can tell them I sent you. Great fucking small local business. They have like the only kind of creepy or occult shop really in Spokane. And I always try and like support them whenever I can. And I bought these at like a fair that they were at, like a little craft fair. And I don't think I've worn. I think I've worn them once, one other time. And this is the one with the mask, the haunted mask, I believe. Dante Namikaze 1, thank you for following. JL's Corner, thank you for following. Owl the Owl, thank you also for following. YouTube has been glitchy lately. Bummer. Aria, hello, made alive. Hello, glad to have you here. What do you mean already licked? What? Who already licked what? Why are you licking things? Stop it. Take that out of your mouth. It is Wednesday, my dudes. It surely is. I was hoping I would get it before. I'll probably get it halfway through the fucking stream, knowing me. But I ordered some batteries off Amazon. Why is the stream only in 720? I don't know. I think OBS is fucking me on something. Give me a second. Yeah, let me... No, it says it's 1920 by 1080. Alright, so it must be an output thing. No, I don't know what's going on. all of YouTube had been down. Rad. That bodes super well for me. Any opinions on Warner Discovery probably getting bought out by Skydance? All of my opinions on like any of these corporate mergers are bad. Seems bad. Seems bad will probably happen because we are now in a timeline where only the worst shit seems to happen. So that's my opinion on it. Still at 720. I don't think that's changing. I don't know why it's at 720. All right, give me a second actually. No, not that. All right, well, I'm going to try and change it. Yeah, it's not going to be CR if you want to try practicing recording stuff, I would recommend Audacity. Audacity is simple. It's kind of a easy industry standard. Let me plug that in, the ICE stuff. I think I need to YouTube down and Twitch lagging. Rad. The 720 thing might be on YouTube's end. But also, I just need a new computer. So hey, if you want to help me get better production equipment for all the things I do, including like full-length, feature-length documentaries, I've made multiple, essentially, movies in the last couple years. Like, not to be like, ooh, look at me, but like, it really, I feel I don't sell myself enough on that I basically make full-length feature films and put them out for free on the reg, you know? And I only bring that up because I am currently in the middle of working on one. I just finished the last interview I really needed for a piece I've been working on for, gosh, I started working on it and interviewing it for it before I went to LA, so that was beginning of June, so god damn. I've been working on it for probably about 6 months now. And it is, I'm gonna just start hyping it up now because I find two things I find. One, when I hype up a video long before it comes out, it tends to do better because I think a lot more people have heard about it, a lot more people are looking forward to it. Two, it's a video that, judging by past kind of documentary topics, all right. So there's a little sweet space between really hard, heavy topics that are really hard for a lot of people to deal with and talk about, and stuff that people want to hear about. And when I say stuff people want to hear about, stuff that, like, it's not just depressing to sit down and watch. And sometimes in pursuing these kind of journalistic topics, these stories that I find personally fascinating, that I think other people either would want to know about or need to know more about, as is the case with this video, it dips into one side more than the other, which is to say that it is usually, like, this is going to be one of the videos, like the video I did about white nationalists, former white nationalists, and the video I did about the history of anti-Semitism, that I think is going to be so heavy of a topic, the subject matter alone is going to ward a lot of people off. Really quick, Storm Over Crin, thank you very much for 7 months. Hey chat, Irish DC95, thank you very much for 20 months. Take me down to the Halloween city where the girls are goth with pumpkin-sized banners. And Puddock, thank you very much for 10 bucks. Would you ever make a video discussing Goodbye Volcano High and the controversy surrounding its transphobic knockoff Snoot game? The games are a little old, yes, but the transphobia hasn't faded. Honestly, so I played a little bit of Goodbye Volcano High. When it came out, I think it was after like the controversy or whatever, and I'm online, but I'm not like terminally online to where I'm locked into like stuff like, excuse me, now I have hiccups. Terminally online to where I'm locked into like controversies like that. So that wasn't one that I really saw. Like that didn't really cross my boundary. And so all of that is to say, for this next video, Rocket Propelled Taco Van, thank you for following. And Juliana, thank you for gifting a sub to Awesome Stella. I so badly want... I need like a producer for my stream, is what I need. I need, I don't know. Right now I'm trying to focus on moving and getting to a bigger space where I can stream, getting to a bigger, better production space, getting upgraded computer, getting upgraded, like, a better camera equipment. Shit that I should have by now, but that stuff is expensive. And the video that I'm working on, this documentary, is on abuses and the potential for abuse in the trans sex work industry. And really quick, it just occurred to me I did not put on my AC, so I'm going to go do that really quick. Zatetic, thank you for gifting subs to Bohemian Lucy and Kaidashell. Do I share a house with people? I mean, I share a house with my partner. I'm never going back to... I lived with a roommate once. Never doing it again. Never. But yeah, no, sharing a house is like a very common thing, especially for people my age. It's, yeah, for people saying it sounds interesting, it's... So, like I said, I finished my last interview for the piece yesterday, and it is some of the darkest shit I've ever covered. Which, if you have followed my channel, if you've looked at a lot of the stuff I've covered, like, I don't shy away from heavy subject matter. But this documentary has some real shit. And I think also... it's going to be very... I don't know if it's going to get monetized. Because I'm going to do my best, as I always do, to kind of play within YouTube's algorithm, but it is a video about sex work and trans people and abuse cases and crimes. Like, so there is only so much I can do before I think YouTube will be like, yeah, this isn't algorithm worthy. And that is a bummer, because like I said, I've put months and months into it, so I am not 100% sure how it's going to go at the end of the day. But yeah. But that's what I've been kind of working on for most of today. I've been all over the place. And this is, here's the other thing is that piece, cuz that's kind of what I'm focusing on now, trying to finish up. If you saw on Twitter, I'm asking a couple people if you have anything regarding, like if you work in the sex work industry, because I have a lot of followers, I have a lot of fans who are sex workers. So I guess I'll just say here, if you have anything, and I want to be clear, for legal purposes, I am not making any accusations. I am simply asking if you have heard, or you know somebody who has heard of abuse or allegations of abuse or stories of impropriety behind the scenes, particularly involving productions with Autumn Rain, Daniela T, or Nick Thane, please reach out to me via DMs. Because those are three of the people I'm trying to most corroborate the stuff I've heard. Because that's the other thing here, is that so much of it is, a lot of other times and a lot of other things, like the white nationalist piece is a great example, where like I could go and verify somebody's identity. Like they say, hey, yes, I was here, I was arrested on this date, I went to jail for this long, and I could go, like, all that shit is a matter of state record, right? Harder to do here, because a lot of this shit, like, when you're talking independent porn, you're talking about stuff that doesn't get reported to cops, people are getting paid under the table, getting paid in drugs. There's a lot of stuff that could be called human trafficking, drug trafficking. Like, there's a lot of awful shit. So it's very hard for me as the journalist. It's very hard for me to, I need to cover all my bases and do as much as I can to verify and corroborate the stories I'm hearing. So if you know anything about them or those stories, please let me know. Sock Dolliger, thank you very much for gifting a tier 1 sub to Ozark Socialist. Is it normal for autistic men to have been escorts for older women, or is that just me? Theo Turgoose, I think I was almost propositioned to do that at one point when I was much younger and certainly more masculine. I don't know if it's normal under autistic or not. Oh, hell yeah. Congrats, Awesome Stella. Oh, thank you, Bordy fan. I've been told Seattle is trans girl Mecca. Me and my partner are trying to move to Seattle. Got blue? What do you mean blue? Yeah, Lovergirl 360. I've seen the new PlayStation MT. I mean, like, last I checked, I just saw like the 7 commanders. I saw that they're going to have 7 secret lairs with PlayStation shit. I'm just so tired. I'm so tired. I'm just everything. I was talking to a friend about this the other day, but like, it has gotten to the point where, and this isn't to say it's all bad, but it is constant, where like even the things I love, you can, generally speaking, I think the way a lot of people have coped with the state of the world is that, you can put down your phone, you can turn off the news, you can, do something you love, you can go out with friends, you can go hang out, you have other hobbies. And it's gotten to a point where you cannot even indulge those hobbies without being reminded of like enshittification. Like I can't play, I can't go sit down at a Magic the Gathering table now and um without, sitting down at a game and somebody's playing their Dr. Eggman deck while somebody else is playing their Sephiroth deck while somebody else is playing their fucking Spider-Man deck. And it's just like, yeah. Long day, honestly perfect for a stream. Thanks. Thank you for being here. This generation of consoles kind of sucks. Like, I don't want to say yeah, but here's the thing. Because I had a tweet that kind of went a little bit viral last week, 2 weeks ago, where I talked about just games that were like fucking weird, and they didn't sell very well, but they had AAA production value, or what was AAA production value at the time. And it was stuff like, Alice Madness Returns. I would say El Shaddai, for anybody who remembers El Shaddai. That the 2007-2008 Prince of Persia game, which was awesome. What was the other one? Shadows of the Damned is another one. And I'm not saying that those are all great or amazing games, but it was a time where developers could still be in the AAA space, focus on single player, and make games that weren't just cookie cutter to fit within the same mold as everything else. And a lot of people took that as me saying like, oh, well, this like they reacted very poorly, as if I was just, feasting on member berries, to be like, well, actually, don't you know that most of that generation was just the same brown, gray dude bro shooters? And it's like, okay, but first off, I've played more of those than you have. I almost guarantee it. I've literally, if y'all didn't know, I have a whole playlist where I reviewed dozens and dozens and dozens of Xbox 360 era first person and third person shooters. Everything was 20 hours. Everything was sub 20 hours. It was beautiful. It was beautiful. Being able to pop in a game and beat it in 6 hours, magnifique. But it was like more than that, I think. Like, even when you looked at those gray-brown shooters, and this is the thing that I really learned playing through a bunch of random ones, is that there are still a lot of games that buck the mold and buck the trend. Things like Singularity Whips. The Raven Wolfenstein game was fucking awesome. And we don't even have that kind of variety of experience of games you can go back to and revisit now. Like, when you have so many games like we do now, where it's like, okay, yeah, games might technically be more polished, they might be more content, but like, compare Assassin's Creed Shadows to Assassin's Creed 2. I'll take Assassin's Creed 2 any day of the fucking week. I don't care if there's 80 more hours of gameplay. One of them is a more, like, intentionally crafted, better told story. Yes, Awesome Stella, I did see they were taking Xbox games and consoles off shelves. That's a fucking bummer. Walter Haberstrom, you should talk about Trump authorizing lethal operations by the CIA in Venezuela. Christ, I didn't even fucking see that. Like we aren't already doing shit in Venezuela. Man, really, really great job being covert. Oh, God damn it. Yeah. But like, when you look at, like, compare old games to new games, and when you look at just the kind of state of everything, there were so many more games that were trying so many different things, as opposed to now, where every other game, if it's not a remake, which I like a lot of those remakes. I loved Metal Gear Solid 3. I loved, a lot of people bitched about it. I like the Dead Rising remake. I like the Silent Hill 2 remake quite a bit. But I already fed you, cat. What do you want from me? I'll feed her again in a second. Um. Oh yeah, the gaming world is on fire. No, and Anton, Mr. Odin Preacher, I missed the weird ones and the very weird Wii games. I think it's also a matter of like horsepower, where that stuff led to such neat innovations, like the DS and the PSP, and to a lesser extent the Vita, just because it didn't get as much support. But they were such bastions of weird out of the box game design by necessity of like the power of the platforms versus everything else. And now, you know, you have a handheld that can be like a Steam Deck, and it's like, so that stuff doesn't really matter anymore. Electrocute their cat. No, Miss is just sitting here. She's just staring at me. She looks like a little bowling pin. Yeah, you do. You're pear-shaped. I think she's just shaped like that. And it's just, I don't know. I don't think people realize, like, when you take a big view of the industry and take a step back and look at everything in the game industry, there has been virtually no forward momentum in game design since like 2014. Like, go back and look at all of the shit that people were doing, with the exception of like maybe Battle Royale, which was like, you know, 20. When did PlayerUnknown's come out? 2016. Like, every trend are things that we are still dealing with now, where you started the PS4, like, started that generation with Assassin's Creed, with Call of Duty, with Grand Theft Auto. We are over halfway through whatever the PS5 generation is going to be defined by, and it's largely been games that are just in the same mold. Like, if it is not a game that is heavily influenced by like a third-person cinematic Last of Us, then it is probably a massive open-world Ubisoft game. If it's not one of those, it's probably a live service shooter of some kind that either blends together things like Battle Royale and Ubisoft, or is still a Call of Duty clone or a hero shooter to some degree. Like, it's just the same trend since then. And that's not to say that like those trends weren't around in the 360. It's just like there were other things too. There was room to fail is the real problem, is that the game industry right now has no room to fail. Like, the games have no room to fail, which is why it is like doubly damning when a game does come out and fail for whatever reason. It's because so much money and effort has been invested into it that like it has to succeed. And it's just not tenable. Like, the game industry is it's a fucking scary thing right now. As somebody who has loved games, as somebody who has worked in the industry, who has a lot of friends, who knows a lot of people in the industry, it's scary. Are my earrings Goosebumps books? They sure are. Alrighty, chat. You what? Alright, I want to pull up Alex Jones ruling 2. Look, still pretty funny. Oh, hello. Oh, hello. Okay, hang on, chat. We've got a friend. Do you want to say hi to chat, cat? Look at your baby. Oh, you okay, lady? Oh my goodness, poor baby. Lady, I think Miss just went to sniff Lady, and Lady whipped her head back, and that big snap was her hitting her head on the corner of the desk. And then Lady just looked at me like, oh, you goofball. You goofus. Yeah, you're okay. These animals. Such a grumpy looking kitty. Yeah, she always looks like, oh, hello. Oh, hello. She always looks like that. Ladygate confirmed. Oh no, first Hassan, now it's me. Ah. This is the real reason why I wouldn't have a lady cam the whole time. Hello. Do you see that? Do you see that little boog? Hello, baby. Hello, baby. What? What? Her little tail swish-wishing. Can you do that again for stream? That was so cute. That was so cute. What? I love you. Yes, I do. I love you. She's defending herself. Look at her. Look at her. Oh, she gave me bumps. And then she goes back down. She goes bumps, and then she goes back down. You're such a goofball. You're such a goofus. Just the little kitten ears at the bottom of the stream. I stop petting Lady for a second as she starts going. Fucking goofball. Hello. Hello. Okay, now both of my hands are full. I'm so sorry. I love you, lady. Yes, I do. I love you so many. And she does this thing. She does this thing all the time. She does it to me and my partner, too. My partner lives with me, has been living with me for the last couple months. And I've never had this cat latch on to somebody like Missy latches on to Koa. Where now, anytime, like, we're on the bed or just hanging out, and the cat will just go and lay on Koa. And she'll even do the same thing that she does with me, which is she does this, like, slow paw reach out. And sometimes she'll just, like, touch your face. She'll just be like no claw or anything, just gently brushing your face. Isn't that right, Grandma? She started calling her Grandma, too. All right. Let's talk about... Trump confirms he authorized CIA action in Venezuela. Trump's comments were an extraordinary acknowledgement for a president, and they stepped up the administration's pressure campaign against Venezuela President Nicolas Maduro. This is not surprising. Anybody who has a brain or vision can see that Hegseth and Trump, but I think more Hegseth for whatever fucking reason, and probably people like Miller behind the scenes are dead set on getting into some kind of international conflict. And I guess South America is as good a target as any. I think what it really has to do is that they don't want to start anything in the Middle East. They don't want to start anything, for example, with Iran, because of Trump's business interests in the Middle East and the Arab Emirates and just the general, like, you know, the nebulous Western conception of a Muslim world or whatever. And man, yeah, like I do find it funny that they're like, first off, Trump is saying, here we go. The CIA operations abroad are usually shrouded in secrecy, but Donald Trump said on Wednesday he had authorized the spy agency to take unspecified action in Venezuela, an extraordinary and unprecedented acknowledgement from a commander-in-chief. Quote, "Why did you authorize the CIA to go into Venezuela?" a reporter asked. Now, here's the thing. A normal president with a working brain that isn't flashing its last neuron receptors, would be like, well, we actually we don't talk about any ongoing. Sorry, I just slipped into my Obama there. I was like, well, we actually don't talk about any ongoing operations in Venezuela. The CIA, of course, has their mandate, and they will take whatever measures they believe is necessary to defend American democracy, both at home and abroad. Like, that would be the normal catty politician doublespeak bullshit we should expect. Whereas Trump, on the other hand, is like, oh yeah, no, I authorized for 2 reasons, really, Trump said. Number one, they had emptied their prisons in the United States of America. The second reason was narcotics trafficking. And then the other thing are drugs. We have a lot of drugs coming in from Venezuela. Now, a couple of things. One, the drug traffickers, I'm sure they'll mention it here. Or maybe they won't. Oh, here we go. Trump said the U.S. military carried out a strike on Tuesday on another boat in the Caribbean, which he claimed was smuggling narcotics. It's the 5th strike since early September. U.S. officials so far have not been provided detailed information about exactly what narcotics have been in most of the targeted vessels. And there is heavy speculation, both from reporting in South America and here, that at least 2 of them were just fishing boats that they've just been fucking bombing in international waters unilaterally. So, awesome. Aw, Greg Canojos, thank you for 6 months. Yeah, it's there's just a level of I got criticized. I get criticized a lot, but I got criticized recently for throwing some derision at the Portland ICE protests, where a bunch of people decided to get naked and do a bike ride rally to go protest the ICE people naked. And I was like, dog, what are you doing? How do you think that's fucking useful right now? And a lot of people were like, oh, well, it's making them look foolish. It's making them look ridiculous. And it's like, they don't fucking care. The reason that things have advanced to this point is because liberals and Dems have been so obsessed with just like, oh, this'll get them. This is the thing that will really, they'll have egg on their face after this one. Oh, you betcha. You just watch. You wait. And then it's like the administration just keeps doing shit like this. They don't give a fuck about how it looks. Frogs is a better. Yeah. What does that do? I don't know. Miss Valerie Chaos, thank you for following. Frogs is a better idea. Unfortunately, I do like the frogs. Hey guys, remember Covfefe? Yeah. Let's go, Covfefe. Hell yeah. Disaster for Alex Jones and InfoWars as Supreme Court rejects last-ditch bid to avoid paying $1.4 billion with a B to Sandy Hook families. So this has been going on. God, this has been going on for years, I think now. Is it at least? It's been at least 2 years. Yeah, it's giving you're welcome for the memes. It absolutely is. Right wing. Justices turned down his appeal without comment Tuesday. Whoo! Moodles, do you think the No Kings protest will have a lasting effect? I mean, go watch the video I did where I attended the No Kings protest in LA. Has that stopped any of the ICE rollouts happening in Chicago or Portland? Nope. The people who were there at the No Kings protest in LA, they fucking left after the fun part was over. After they had their, I talk about this all in the video. After they had their little moment with their signs and all that shit, they fucking jetted. Like, those people are not there for a proper protest. They are there to wave signs, get some hot dogs, like, do fucking face painting or whatever the fuck. They treat it like it's a county fair. We may be past protest, yeah. More and more people are saying this. Many people are saying this. I do find it funny that even the conservative justices turned down his appeal. Like, everybody is so tired of Alex Jones's shit, and they're just like, no, fucking, just go away. Just pay it. Fuck off, dude. Who gives a shit? Luke Waters, who are you talking to? Are you talking to liberals in my chat? Are you calling me a liberal? Moi? Moi? The potential acquisition, blah, 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 blah. Oh. Unless injustices take action, his InfoWars website and assets will likely end up in the hand of satirical news website The Onion. It'll be illegal to be a liberal soon. I don't even know where to start with that, dude. You're all libs. Oh, don't you have like a crayon drawing to ask your mom to put on a fridge? Like, what are you allowed to have internet access without a parent's permission? I just saw somebody write the word position. It's so adorable. It's so adorable that people will still look at me, not listen a second, and think that every liberal or everybody to the left is a lib. Very funny. I just got done making fun of Obama. Like, come on, son. Come on. I'm not a Mark. Well, hey, whoa, let's not go crazy throwing around words like Marxist. I mean, I'm not a Marxist, but I'm not like a Marxist. There was one thing. If protesting isn't the move, what do you think people should be doing, Dead Domain? I can't say that. I plead to Trevor Moore. You absolutely cannot say what people should be doing. Which is, of course, is just jokes. It's just, hey, we like to have goofs. We like a little chortling around here. Oh, the Mark Maron interview. I haven't sat down and watched it yet. Have I seen Alex Jones take on Hassan? Oh, of course he did. Of course he did. Like, there are few people are as desperate. Excuse me. Few people are as desperate for attention as Alex Jones. The Onion's mockumentary about Epstein, I do actually want to see it. I can't do crayon drawings. He ate all his crayons. That's funny. – 2D Sync TM, as someone who's read Marx's work, I fail to see why so many people dislike it. A lot of it is just straight up propaganda. Like okay, so it's two things. One, Marx very quickly became representative of a certain population of Jewish person for fascism in the early 1900s, not too surprising, a lot of early union workers' movement, particularly in Eastern Europe, were Marxist and also predominantly Jewish and led by Jewish union members, union leaders, that kind of thing, business owners. Less business owners. So it became very easy as the rising tide of fascism started painting Jewish people as this one monolith to also label them as Marxist and subversives. They're trying to take away your prosperity. They're trying to undercut all of our wealth and trying to take away what's rightfully, all that bullshit. No Fed posting in chat, by the way. And so a lot of that stuff got passed down over time, and you'll still hear this. You'll still hear people talking about in quote unquote coded terms, Bolshevik and neo-Marxist thought and all this shit. And a lot of it is just like dog whistles. Now, I don't think a lot of people know that they're necessarily anti-Semitic dog whistles, but the two do go hand in hand in a lot of cases. And I think it comes more from just like capitalist propaganda of like anything that's anti-capitalist is fully evil. Look at all these, look at the history books and all the communism has killed people. And it's like, okay, but do we want to really tally up? Do we want to rack up capitalism's body count? Because I feel like one of those things might outweigh the other. No, Alex Jones literally did think he would be rewarded for his loyalty. Hello, Kevin. Oh, hello, baby. Homemade ravioli sounds like it whips. Nocturne Noble, thank you for following. Kevin. Here we go. Potential acquisition, which was put on hold last year, would support families of the victims of the 2012 Sandy Hook Elementary School mass shooting, which killed 20 children between 6 and 7. Jones has called it staged and a hoax, fueling a wave of harassment against the families. If you haven't seen it, there's a really great documentary on HBO about this that goes into very good. Sorry, my hand brushed up against my cat because she's in my lap and she's just purring and vibrating so loudly. Supreme Court properly rejected Jones' latest desperate attempt to avoid accountability. Chris Matei, a lawyer for St. Hook family, said in a statement shared with The Independent, quote, "We look forward to enforcing the jury's historic verdict and making InfoWars and Jones pay for what they have done." Whew. To the parents of another in a defamation lawsuit. Yeah. The default ruling violates the First Amendment, and the $1.4 billion judgment runs afoul of the Eighth Amendment due to excessive punishment. It is an amount that can never be paid and which, based on the trial court's findings, may not be dischargeable in bankruptcy. The result is a financial death penalty by fiat imposed on a media defendant whose broadcasts reach millions. Oh, thank you. I will... Apparently, yeah, I saw Jordan Peterson's daughter was out there talking about how people need to go do that. But thank you, Stella. I marked that down. I will watch that later. After filing for bankruptcy in 2022 following the trial losses, Jones saw a Houston judge rule in 23 that most of the judgments in the cases would not be discharged in the bankruptcy. So they were saying like, nah, dude, you still got to pay them even though you got no money. Like, you don't just, it's not just like a get out of debt free card. The bankruptcy of Free Speech Systems was dismissed, and Jones' personal bankruptcy was converted from Chapter 11 to Chapter 7 liquidation. Last fall, an auction was held to sell off InfoWars assets, with The Onion being named the winning bidder. Last month, the Texas state judge appointed a receiver to proceed with liquidating Free Speech Systems assets. God, honestly, The Onion would be like such a good get. Jones, meanwhile, has insisted that even if the InfoWars brand and property are taken from him, he will stay on the air by starting another company. Still, because a bankruptcy judge ruled that the families could continue to make claims on any money Jones earns in the future through other business ventures, as his behavior was deemed willful and malicious. That's so fucking funny. Tried to hide his ownership of 2 condos with a combined value of $1.5 million. God damn. Like, this motherfucker still is like, we're the vanguard against the globalist attacks, and we need your money and your support. We got great products. You gotta buy them all. Like, this fucking dick. Yeah, get liquefied, loser. I kind of want to see. All right, before we get to the young Republican shit. God. Hey, if you want to donate to the Ko-Fi, my headphones are in a dire state. Feel free to help me out. These things are not. I honestly don't think this is even repairable. Jesus Christ! It's every time I'm just gonna put them on my head. Yeah, Ko-Fi should be linked on the Twitter. Look, hey, I told people I'm in dire straits, y'all. Hello. Miss just looked up at me and went, all right, I want to go to, what is, it's not InfoWars. What the fuck is this stupid website? Is it band.video? Yeah. Or did that got sold, I think, actually. Oh, wait, no, here it is. Supreme Court's recent ruling against Alex Jones. Let's go, chat. Hello, baby. God, I hate the way that all these schmucks just immediately jumped on the bullshit AI train.
This is the way for...
What? Why? Why? Why would you do that? What? Oh, what? God damn it, I fucking... There we go.
Corrupt judges to bypass jury trials. It's as if it wasn't already easy enough to stack a jury to take these cases in jurisdictions where you can, make predictive...
I love this. This has been, Matt Walsh has been going on about this shit too. The overthrow of, or the attempt to start, laying the groundwork to overthrow or delegitimize judges at every level, where when a judge makes a ruling that these motherfuckers don't like, suddenly they're tyrannical kings and they're usurping the will of the people and all this bullshit. which is so funny that I think, breaking the Supreme Court's recent ruling against Alex Jones officially establishes a judicial tyranny where judges have the power of kings. It's the Supreme Court, dickhead. What?
Guesses as to how a jury is going to lean. This is how judges now have found the method to just bypass jury trials altogether. We've seen them do it in defamation cases, but now it's like, all right, well, we don't need a jury because there's a default judgment.
There was a jury trial, though. Alex had a jury trial. All that money was determined by a jury. What? Huh? Yeah, when are they not?
Lindell,
fucking...
Giuliani, etc. People do need to get mildly outraged about this, and the Trump administration needs to get involved in this, because I do wonder whether or not there's anything for Harmeet Dillon to potentially look into when we're talking about effectively constitutional violations, that unreasonable fines. I mean, it's just, we say like, oh, it's a new standard, it's inflation. This is not just unheard of, it's untethered from reality, that you can just issue these orders of hundreds of millions of dollars in damages, punitive damages, 90 million here.
Was it the Oxycontin settlement that killed hundreds of thousands of people around this number?
Yeah, I think it was less, because I remember Rogan was talking about that, and I think it was less. But even if it's the same, and even if it's within the same,
that might be one of the fucking most damning admissions of any guest that you could ever have on literally anything. Is like, wasn't it this thing? And the fact they cite is like, yeah, I think I heard that on Rogan, dude. Like, fucking what? Come on, dude.
Same ballpark. It's untethered from reality. And like you say, this is a way of creating an indentured servant for the rest of your life. And I'm reading some replies on Twitter where people are like, yeah, that's what you deserve. That's what you get. People with no principles don't object when injustices are carried out on their political adversaries. And then they cry.
People with no principles don't object when injustices are carried out on their political adversaries. I haven't heard word fucking one from people like Alex Jones, from people like Matt Walsh, Benny Johnson, at all about the recent visas that were revoked for, I think they were mostly students who talk shit about Charlie Kirk and are now being deported. But that's against your political adversaries. Is that not free speech? The thing I need people to understand, and we'll see way more of this when we get to the leaked group chats from the Young Republicans. The thing I really need people to internalize is that the rules they hold up, they do not live by. There has never been a political movement in our lifetime that has been so affixed on the principle of for thee, not for me. Because at every level you can find them. And again, this is where the hypocrisy doesn't really fucking matter to them. You pointing it out doesn't really matter to them. Like, when they play dirty, the trick is not to, be a fucking hall pass Boy Scout and be like, well, actually, you're not supposed to do this. The trick, and when the Democrats actually learn this, this is why I think Gavin Newsom is being so fucking popular right now. The trick is to spit it back in their fucking faces. Like, if Trump wants to make heinous jokes and target people and, target his political enemies and all that shit, then I think it's totally fine for Gavin Newsom to reframe that. If you haven't seen, I think it was yesterday, when that Time magazine photo of Trump's neck vagina came out, and Gavin Newsom reposted it, but with like a censorship bar over it. That's good shit. That's good shit. Anyway.
That nobody's defending them when they come to their front door, because they will.
This
is not about only the Alex Joneses. This is a right about now, about making sure everybody bites their tongue when challenging official government narratives.
Remick Zero, too bad Gavin Newsom is willing to throw trans people under the bus. I see it, Awesome Stella. Thank you. Trans folks under the bus. Yeah, I did. I saw he literally just like turned down an HRT thing. Like, it doesn't. Look, Gavin Newsom fucking sucks. You're not gonna hear me saying otherwise. But at the same time, he's literally one of the only people I can think of. I've talked about this at length before. He's one of the only people I can think of right now who is putting up any kind of tangible resistance from a government position. And even then, he only has so much power. Like, he didn't fucking kick out. Like honestly, I think J.B. Pritzker is doing a little bit more than Newsom at this point. Like, don't get me wrong. It's all aesthetic. The problem is that I don't think Dems understand. Well, Dems certainly don't understand. If you look at the shit that Kamala's been pulling with her little fucking, heckling the hecklers. Dems don't understand, like, the value of aesthetics. And just the pure, brutal value of, kinetic value of aesthetics the way that conservatives do. And that's not to say that, like, a lot of it is very manipulated or a lot of it is very intentional. I think that a lot of conservatives, a lot of people like Trump and a lot of people who follow in his wake are literally just gaudy, chintzy, tacky assholes. Like, I think they are, you know how people call things spiritually Israeli? I think the modern GOP is spiritually Florida trailer trash. Like, they all have the same conception of, just this, like, gilded life of luxury and, like, what it means to be rich and wealthy and opulent. And it's just the most tacky, empty, hollow shit in the world. But aesthetically, it calls out to like-minded people. And then they're able to, get them in on their side. They're able to project, quote unquote, these images of strength. And Dems really have no conception of how to answer that. Like, at all. And I think Gavin Newsom is one of the only people with an inkling of getting a foot in the door, at least, of, like, the posturing that needs to be answered with. Because it does. It needs to be answered with posturing. Like, if the Dems aren't going to fucking do anything about it on Capitol Hill, actually do something about it, actually start charging these motherfuckers and arresting people and shit, then at least we need the illusion of that stuff happening. Because guess what? The Republicans are going to say it's happening whether it is or not. Like, they're going to call fucking Nancy Pelosi a Marxist and an Antifa leader terrorist, and you're going to make Chuck Schumer out to be like Cobra fucking Commander. Doesn't matter if that's the farthest thing from reality. They can easily sell that image to their base. It is the aesthetic of a struggle that they are selling. Dems don't know how to do that, because while Republicans are selling to all of their voting bloc, to everybody who listens to their fucking radio shows, and they're selling them their fucking, AstroTurf ghost-written books and all this bullshit, they are selling the image of this epic, grand, historical struggle to their base, who is just eating that shit up. They love it. They love feeling like they're on the back foot. It's why shit like Hillary calling them deplorables didn't work. They own that stuff because it makes them feel like they're the underdog. And they know how to monetize that. They know how to turn that into a groundswell. Like, you saw it. You just saw it with Charlie Kirk. Like, one dude died and suddenly it's the fucking second coming of martyrdom. Dems don't really have anything like that. Like, the most they will do is give faint praise to protest movements. Again, because most of the Dems who will be like, yes, no, we need to stand strong with these people and we need to do this. And like, they don't have really any convictions behind it. And it's not necessarily that, oh yeah, every Republican has convictions about like, they truly believe in the sanctity of marriage. And they really believe that, one man should be with one woman and that trans people are ruining, like, fucking bullshit. One of the things I was looking at today, for the video I'm doing on the like sex abuses in the trans film industry, adult film industry, is like when you really dig into the stats of how much consumption of trans porn is increased, let me tell you where it's increasing most. You could go look it up year after year after year, same shit. Red states keeps shooting up, baby. And like, that's on top of, like, come on. Do you remember when fucking Madison Cawthorn was outed because he was talking about, like, yeah, no, all these people on Capitol Hill are fucking doing blow and fucking their busboys all the time. And they have crazy eyes wide shut parties and shit, and I didn't want any part of it. You notice how he kind of... He was pushed out real quick. Remember that? Yeah. Like, it's not that they actually believe all of that shit. It's not that any one of those... think of Matt Schlapp, the director of CPAC, one of the biggest Trump mouthpieces, one of the biggest political machines that helped Trump get elected and reelected. That was essentially like go watch my CPAC video. It was essentially Trump con. And the dude is well known to be just pounding bussy behind closed doors. Like, he has had, at this point, more scandals with Grindr twinks than probably Hot Meals. Like, it's not that these people have convictions or that they fucking believe the things they're saying. It's that they're able to sell it, that they're able to posture about it, that they are able to rally people into believing that. And would it be great to have politicians who actually believed what they said? Yeah, sure, on both sides of the aisle. It would be nice if we had any amount of accountability from the people we elect. But that's a fantasy. And the world we live in, that's pretty far off. What we need right now is any kind of answer, some kind of answer to now we are looking at a decade plus of this political movement that is based not just, people will dissect and you'll read think pieces about like, how did we get here? And how did this is another unprecedented move by the president. And people can, muse and try and dissect like, well, this led to this. And actually Gamergate was where a lot of this started, and the transgressive online alt-right, and it actually wormed its way and infiltrated this. When the reality is, like, all of those things may have something to do with it at some level, but the reality is that we are looking at a long gestating project that is based on perceived grievance, perceived slights, perceived struggle. Not all of which, and in fact, very little of which, was ever real to begin with. This, like, it started all the way fucking back with Lock Her Up. It started even further back with Obama's birth certificate and shit. It is a people who terminally, and you still see this today. They fucking control everything. And you still cannot, like, you still have people like Alex Jones going like, oh, there's a judicial tyranny going on. It's like, they are terminally now unable to let go of the idea that the world is against them, even when they finally have some grasp on the reins of power, right? And it won't last forever. It can't. Like, whether through electoralism or whatever, I don't know. Yeah, it is a permanent disadvantage, the political left carry. Oh, yeah, the Mamdani Silva. Is Curtis Sliwa really... Is Curtis Sleaze Bagano... Guardian Angel Curtis Sliwa. Is that the same dude? Am I I'm not losing my mind. With the beret? Whoo. That's gonna be great. That's gonna be great. It sure is. Rad. Awesome. Oh man. That's so good for me. That's so good for me, chat. I'm gonna be so for real. Curtis Sliwa is an old fucking kook. He started like some fucking vigilante gang, the Guardian Angels. They were like a shitty neighborhood watch who threatened to go around and beat up people in New York. Google Images. Okay, I'm on it. It's already a fucking Google result. I love it. Nadia Yvette Chambers, thank you for 2. It can easily last several thousand years. I mean, I don't know about that. Yeah, that's about right. Man, he looks way different than I remember him. 5 days ago, vows to ditch beret. Good idea, dude. I don't know if fucking South American dictator Sheik is gonna be with or without the beret. What? Like, look at this fucking dork. Look at this fucking dweebus. He does have a kitten. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I just... All right, well, we'll get that later. What do you want? Oh. Lady's been walking back and forth for like 20 minutes. And I have no idea what she wants, and there's a ball right under my foot. All right, here you go. Here you go. Oh, good girl. He's been doing the beret for at least 20 years. Like, I believe he started in the 80s.
At Real Alex Jones. But this is a big deal for everybody because they said when they got the default 3 years ago, they said, we're now going to do this to everybody, including Tucker Carlson.
I'm going to start doing this.
They've done it to My Pillow.
It's kind of hip. They've done it to My Pillow. It's because that dude lied about Dominion voting systems. Like, he made full documentaries that were nothing but fucking... Oh, shit. I forgot. PragerU joined forces with Dinesh D'Souza. They have a documentary on October 7th that I'm gonna try and check out because whoo, whippy yahoo, yay.
They've done it to Rudolph Giuliani. This is their new thing. And then you have the
lawsuits. Judge rulings are the new tool of the left. Come on, man. 2000 Mules watch party went. Oh my God. I didn't. So, God, 2000 Mules was, because 2000 Mules was 2020. I still remember going over to my mom's house, and when I was still talking to my mom, which I'm not anymore, and seeing 2000 Mules in like the search bar of her YouTube history, like, because she watches stuff on Roku and like through TV and shit, and I was just like, well, that sucks. That fucking blows, dude.
Justice Department running it, admitting it with the documents on the stand,
With the
undercover
documents!
and in documents, and the deputy head of the DOJ comes out.
I'm gonna let this play for a second.
Martin
I'm gonna go
had
check
going
if
into
something
it,
arrived.
when
I'm
this is the
looking
most
for a
cut and dry
package.
weaponization ever. So, yeah, it's a big deal to have the Supreme Court because it went past the first two layers of lawyers. They thought it was important enough. 95% get kicked out in the first two layers. It went to the Supreme Court. They sat down and looked at it and said, no comment, rejected. And then, isn't it funny, just a few weeks ago, Mike Lindell, $1.5 billion, a judge found him guilty. No more juries, no more Magna Carta, folks. All right, I'm going to shut up. Viva Fry joins us. The Viva Fry Show, F-R-E-I, vivabarnes.locals.com. Love them to death. Thank you so much for being here. Let's spend some time on this, and then I want to shift gears and everything else that's happening. Thanks for being here.
Oh, no, my pleasure. Listening to you explain it again, it's insanity. And people really have to understand this. And I highlighted it yesterday with Harrison, like defaulting into liability. Hypothetically, let's just say they sued you for 10 years. A hypothetical example where someone's suing someone for 10 years of salary. And they say the defendant was so bad they defaulted him into a liability finding, so they give the judgment over to the plaintiff. But if the plaintiff had showed the contract, it would have only been for a year of salary. Let's just say that. They basically gave a lottery ticket to the plaintiffs because they did not allow them or require them to even prove the elements of their case. Going into your profits, Alex, is only relevant if you've been found liable for defamation in the first place. So to default you into a liability finding because you didn't provide evidence, which doesn't exist, of profits that you didn't make, when they didn't even prove the intentional infliction of emotional distress or defamation in the first place, so they default you into liability and just hand over a judgment where they didn't have to prove actual malice, they didn't have to prove issues of statute of limitations, they didn't have to prove their case, and then the only trial you have, trial, put it in quotes, is on the quantum, which is insane. I wanted to refresh my memory because I think the survivors of the Armenian genocide were asking for $3 billion by way of reparations. So they think your words, the few words that you spoke over a decade that amounted to a 16-minute montage is worth half of what the survivors of the Armenian genocide were seeking by way of reparations. That's how insane it is. And it is extremely disappointing that the Supreme Court apparently is not taking it up. And I don't know, does it just end there now? Is this injustice ratified?
Deal with it, bitch.
Where defendants are defaulted into liability findings, plaintiffs are absolved of the obligation to prove their case, and they did, as you astutely observed, do this with other players afterwards. Lindell, denying people of their defenses. Giuliani, Bannon, Navarro, Trump. And the MO has now gone from being the extraordinary, one-off with Alex Jones to being the new modus operandi with politically disfavored opponents. And the Supreme Court says, well, everyone hates Alex Jones, so nobody's going to give us a hard time for not taking this particular case up. Well, the standard's been set for everybody, and it's already been done right up to the highest levels of office, including the President of these United States of America.
Well, that's exactly what's happening, and you do have these older people I've noticed, these judges who are in their own bubble. They don't understand the world's moved on. The court of public opinion, almost no one buys this. That's why they had to turn off the YouTube comments that millions were watching in the Texas show trial and the Connecticut show trial, that over 4 years of lawsuits, they all coordinated, both of them back-to-back in 2 months right before the midterms. And when 99% of the comments were against them, they turned the comments off because people could see it was totally rigged and wasn't real. So this is so dangerous, and now they're just doing it everywhere. And so Trump and his administration really need to do something about this. And I don't know why Todd Blanche, killed an investigation into this because it's so cut and dry. But I guess he's protecting his own agency because they ran the attack.
I don't want to rail too hard against Todd Blanche, but there's been a number of errors.
Okay. I wanted to. So. Before I go into it, it's just doing it now. So when I had some shit stolen from my unit a little while ago, and after watching Tron Ares, I went down in a panic, being like, "Oh shit, is one of my favorite, most prized possessions taken from me?" And not only am I glad it wasn't, but I just got batteries from Amazon, and that's what I was looking for. for my... Here, let me see if I can do this. This is very good for me. It's an identity disc. What are you talking about? It's a Tron thing. Come on. Come on, son. I hear you laughing in there. And also, so now I can also have this and my cup at the same time. So I can have my in case you doubted I was a real one. In case you doubted I was a real Tron fan. Anyway, that's my autism break for the night. I love, okay, but here's the thing, Ambire, the line, Clue's line, am I still to create the perfect system? Kevin Flynn's response gets me every time because it's such a genuine, like, yeah. Like, he's just like what other response would you do? So, like, if your doppelganger that you created is like, hey, do you still want me to do this shit? You'd be like, yeah. Anyway. Sorry, we can go back to talking about horrible shit real quick. Yeah, I'm done. Let us be done with this. And give me a second, and I'll start on this. Okie dokie. Really quick story. So another thing, because I'm always working on new shit, y'all. And now this is gonna be a stim toy for me. Unfortunately. Actually, chat. Now, I have my Twan identity disc. So I have a new stim toy. Actually. So sorry. That's a stupid stim between me and my partner. I'm sorry for infecting everybody with that. Another thing I'm working on, because I'm always working on pieces, is a video just kind of talking about ICE and all of the current problems with it, all of the current iterations, all of the current legal foibles, and what people can actually, like, genuinely do if they find themselves harassed by ICE. Because there are honestly, like, with the massive increase in raids, there are genuinely too many stories coming out on a day-to-day basis to be able to reasonably cover all the time. Which is, very depressing. Lady, hello. But I do want to cover this one because it was sent to me. Oh, I did the fat agents running out of breath was actually very funny. A teen boy who was arrested for allegedly threatening another middle schooler was taken into custody by ICE, sparking outrage within the local community. Police in Everett received a, quote, credible tip of a juvenile boy who made a violent threat against another boy within our public school, leading to the boy's arrest, Mayor Carlo De Maria said during a press conference. After an investigation, officers arrested the juvenile and recovered a 6 to 7-inch double-sided knife. Once the boy was taken into police custody, officials took his fingernails, which were procedurally sent to ICE to determine if you were an illegal. They wouldn't. He's a minor, said they won't report on it. A 7th grader. First time a juvenile has been taken into ICE custody in ever. It's not the first time nationwide. The thing is, I understand people. No, I don't think people do understand how ICE is already being weaponized against people. I say fingernails? No, I meant fingerprints. Sorry. Did I say fingernails? Why would I say that? Sorry, that's what happens when I read too fast. Yeah, it took his fingerprints. God, I'm sorry. Yeah, they took and are still holding a 13-year-old boy. It's vile. It's despicable, and I don't think people understand how it's going to be weaponized against communities. For example, if you have somebody in your community that you might not like, if you have a disagreement with a neighbor, you just call ICE on their family if they're of a different color. And don't think for a second that it isn't being used and levied like that, because it absolutely is. Yeah, I believe this was in Washington. Well, no, it says Massachusetts. So Everett, sorry, I just saw Everett and thought Washington. Middle schooler in Massachusetts, so I guess there was a, Everett police chief. There's an Everett in Massachusetts. Jesus. Yeah, have a bad breakup, deport your ex. Yeah, like it is somebody I just saw say it's witch trial shit. Yeah. Yeah, there's not really a limit with what they can do with it. Like, people, it's another thing that I think people need to grapple with the reality of what we're dealing with here. People being like, hey, you need to record everything ICE is doing so that you can sue them. Okay. They aren't required to show their faces. They aren't required to show you badges. They aren't required to do anything that would put them in any danger of reprisal, legally or otherwise. Who are you going to contact? Their supervisors who are hiring these fucking, Proud Boy wannabes off the street? All the way up the chain to people like Kristi Noem, who are rolling back the necessary qualifications to even join this band of miscreants? Like, what is the plan there? What's the plan? I don't think people really have one. Let's talk about kind of one of the big stories of the day. And before I get into it, I want to go blow my nose really quick. Well, not blow my nose. I need to take some nasal spray. I need to refill my beverage. And then we will jump right into it. So I'll be right back. Sorry, my partner was laughing at me. There we go. Yeah, so sorry, Nadia Yvette Chambers, thank you for another 5. They'll be arresting people for being LGBT, especially T, and involvement with abortion very shortly. By the way, the currency is euros. I fled to Berlin in January. Well, thank you very much for the euros. Berlin sounds wonderful. How is Berlin? Having a laugh, are we, love? When do the racist chats leak? These are their normal chats. Yeah, so it's been really interesting seeing this come out, because as soon as I saw this, I was like, yeah, sure. Yes, of course, the Young Republicans Coalition, a group of predominantly young people who usually have ties to, if not groypers, then just like incel groups, 4chan, just the general alt-right dipshittery that we've become accustomed to. The thing that's been really fascinating about this, though, is that because we have the most terminally online, influencer-led political party ever with the conservative movement, a lot of people have just been hand-waving these things away as just jokes. And in that, I think there is something to be learned for what speech these folks think is acceptable. And it's like what I was saying earlier, where it's always for me, not for thee. So they will revoke visas and deport people who talk shit about Charlie Kirk. But these being made by people who have actual ties and affiliations to active politicians, well, these are just jokes. Even fucking let me see. Yeah, here we go. I want to preface this because I've seen multiple people, not just JD Vance. JD Vance is the most like prominent, like he's the fucking vice president, and of course he is terminally online. He is linked in with so many of these dumb groups. It's not surprising that he's going to come out and say shit while Trump isn't. You know, Trump doesn't give a shit. I doubt Trump has even like registered this is happening. But I want to read this before we go into the full leak, and then we'll talk about the reaction from other people like Tim Pool and Matt Walsh, who are also moving to just hand wave this way. It's just jokes. It's just jokes. The thing that everybody should keep in mind, especially right now, is that while these are just jokes to their definition, the last month, every joke that was a clear joke made about Charlie Kirk, they were calling for people to be arrested. They were calling for people, they literally, the state supported people having their jobs taken away from them, their livelihoods, their way to make money, support themselves and their family, right? They were totally okay threatening people's lives over jokes when it was against something, they found to be just sacrosanct. Weighed in several times. Republican Vice President J.D. Vance has weighed in several times to speak out against what he characterized as pearl clutching over the leaked messages. After Politico's initial report on Tuesday, Vance posted an X screen grab from a 2022 text messages. He posted a screen grab from 2022 text messages in which Jay Jones, the Democrat candidate for Virginia's Attorney General, suggested that a prominent Republican get 2 bullets to the head. Quote, "This is far worse than anything said in a college group chat, and the guy who said it could be the AG of Virginia." By the way, a lot of young Republicans are not still in college. Like, one of the biggest dudes, part of the movement, is like older than me, in his 30s. So you'll see this also, another tactic they'll take in in absence of being able to say like, oh, they're just jokes, is saying, well, they're just kids. These are just they're boys in college. Like they're gonna do all that shit again. Greg Hino, just thank you for $5. Hey DD, just wanted to say I absolutely adore your earrings. Thank you. Makes me want to bust out my old Choose Your Own Adventure Goosebumps books. I fucking missed those. A couple years ago, I was kind of on a kick of being like, ooh, what if I try and collect some of them Goosebumps again? Yeah. Speaking of grown children. I am Dango fan. Thank you very much for following. Vance reiterated his initial sentiment Wednesday on the Charlie Kirk Show podcast. How? Okay. Now look, I know that public interest in Charlie Kirk has fucking cratered in the month since every craven attention whore that makes up the conservative movement just started like ripping off little parts of his corpse that they could use for publicity stunts. But at a certain point, I feel like you gotta let it go, man. Or at the very least, just like rename the podcast. Yeah, we're just keeping the name, not the Turning Point Podcast or something. Okay. When asked about the reporting that a quote person seriously wishing for political violence and political assassination is 1,000 times worse than what a bunch of young people, a bunch of kids say in a group chat, however offensive it might be. Vance, 41, said he grew up in a different era where most of the stupid things I did as a teenager and as a young adult, they're not on the internet. By the way, I have not read this story or the Politico article yet. I've just seen little snippets. So when I was making a prediction a couple minutes ago, I didn't know that it would come true so quickly. Blah, blah, blah. Be careful with what you post. Now, all this hand wringing, all these just they're just kids. They're just kids. Let's dig into it. Let's dig into the Politico expose. Exclusive. Quote, I love Hitler. Leaked messages expose young Republicans' racist chat. Thousands of private messages reveal young GOP leaders joking about gas chambers, slavery, and rape. This reminds me already of the controversies around a certain hate church and kids who got found. If you'll remember, there was a controversy in the Sure Foundation Baptist Church about kids who were found to have been talking some shit. Making racist jokes, making sexual jokes about sexual assault, and then were found out. Their parents likewise tried this same shit. I don't know why. It just resonates up there. Leaders of young Republican groups throughout the country worried what would happen if their Telegram chat ever got leaked, but they kept typing anyway. They referred to black people as monkeys and, quote, the watermelon people, and mused about putting their political opponents in gas chambers. They talked about raping their enemies and driving them to suicide, and lauded Republicans who they believed supported slavery. This also, again, when I said that all of these people earlier are kind of terminally online, Groyper adjacent, 4chan brained, like this is what I'm talking about. Like this is all the same type of language you see on shitty message boards, on just message boards and groups of kids who just so desperately want to be edgy. So they're so eager to be transgressive and just offend anybody. Of course, from the safest space possible, from a insular group with other people, because they won't actually say this shit out loud. Why would they? William Hendricks, the Kansas Young Republicans vice chair, used the words N-word and N-word guh, variations of a racial slur, more than a dozen times. Bobby Walker, vice chair of the New York State Young Republicans at the time, referred to rape as epic. Peter Guinta, who was at the time the chair of the same org, wrote in a message sent in June that, quote, everyone that votes no is going to the gas chamber. He was referring to an upcoming vote on whether he should become chair of the Young Republican National Federation, the GOP's 15,000-member political organization for Republicans between 18 and 40 years old. I'm going to create some of the greatest physiological torture methods known to man. We only want true believers. 2 members of the chat responded. When do we start bullying, dude? We have a solid 3 people who can have them want to jump. If they vote for us, why would they be gassed? When do we bring that side out? We only want true believers. Can we fix the showers? Gas chambers don't fit the Hitler aesthetic. I'm ready to watch people burn now. We got to pretend that we like them. Hey, come on in, take a nice shower and relax. Boom, they're dead. So, again, I feel the need to remind and reiterate that this is prescient, particularly at this moment, after everything we've had to deal with in the last fucking month. And there's a lot of people being like, this is just like Call of Duty lobby shit. Like, yeah. If you've been on the internet to any degree, this isn't that shocking. The fact that it is a established political group with ties to the modern conservative movement, however, is. And even more so, the fact that many conservative commentators, least of all the fucking vice president, is defending it, is unconscionable as a joke. And that is entirely removed from the context that we just spent a month where every joke, every obvious joke about Charlie Kirk was turned into a call for fucking civil war. Where people like Tim Pool, people like Matt Walsh were like, they want to kill me. They want to kill everybody in their family and all these libs. They hate you. Look at all the jokes they're making. This is them saying what we need to act first. But when this happens, when this comes out, when they are talking about gas chambers, not just joking about somebody's death, but joking about deaths of an entire group of people, multiple groups of people, then let's go see. Actually, you know what? Let's go see really quick. Let's do the Tim Pool Twitter. Shiloh737, thank you for following. It's just like the just vacuums of charisma, these people. It's just like same picture. Incredible. Anyway. Why are you okay? Look, I realize this is beside the point and this is a tangent, but Baron Lewis's comment above. What is Baron Lewis's comment? Miriam Anderson interviews, she was 17. Do you know if she's still safe? Yes, she is. I talked to Miriam briefly beginning of the year. I think beginning of the year. Yeah, last I checked, I heard from her brother John briefly a month or two ago. Last I checked, she's doing okay. And that is, honestly, that's enough for me. I've played my part. I am happy to have been able to call attention to her case, get people able to support her, send her financial aid. But from what I understand, yeah, she is living a happy, healthy, productive life away from her piece of shit family. So I have really no other interest, no real reason to like keep talking to her. But yes, to my knowledge, she's doing okay. So that's the meme, is that because it's Tim Pool, but it's, Pool, it's a brand name water. But like, cheaper than liquid death and in glass bottles. It took us 2 hours to source the water, bottling, and to produce graphics, which I'm sure is like, look at that shit, that's AI. Why are you bragging about how quick and shoddy and shitty your product is, dude? Like even if that's true, that it only took 2 hours, nobody for any product at all wants to hear like, hey, do you want my look, check out this car, I made it in 2 hours. That's a little bit more severe, but it's like, if you were just like, even simple stuff like a pen, like, hey, we engineered this pen top to bottom in 2 hours. What? No, what? Take 3 weeks or so to stock. Why? Artesian water brand pool water. Why? Like, God, it fucking sucks. The carbonated water will be called spa water. Then we're going to do a green tea called pond water. Just marketing geniuses, all of them. Just... honestly, this might be worse than the fucking, like, liberal tears water that they were trying to fucking sell as, at CPAC. Like, the liberal tier water company. Yeah, the pool water, the thing that's famously fun to drink. Just a staggering, just a towering commercial intellect. Who could have predicted? All right. Oh, that's why it is. He's trying to start some beef with fucking Liquid Death. Gentleman's bet. Christ. See, this is what I'm talking about. Everything is a marketing opportunity to these people. Like we have real shit going on, and for the last 9 hours, he's been fucking tweeting at Liquid Death trying to start beef with a fucking water bottle company or water company. Like, what? Also, why the fuck are people starting to share John Doyle shit again? Like, when did that dork come out of hiding? Put him back. Put him back in the shelf. Nobody needs to see fucking John Doyle. Leave his ass in 2017. Oh, yeah, here we go. See, here's Tim Pool reposting and praising State Department revoked 6 visas over comments about Charlie Kirk's assassination. And then saying, I literally do not care what a bunch of magger college kids said in a group chat. I won't condemn a man without evidence. That being said, the lowest circle of hell is reserved for the disloyal and betrayer. So what he is saying here is that it is worse for somebody to have outed these group chats than the heinous racist shit that was said in them. but also good to revoke 6 visas over comments about Charlie Kirk's assassination. We love consistency, folks. We love consistency. And then let's see, of course, where Matt Walsh is standing. Matt Walsh has been running into a lot of fun pushback from people like James Lindsay. Because here's the thing, and you can kind of tell, there aren't a lot of people who like Matt Walsh, unsurprisingly, even on the conservative movement. Like, there are a lot of assholes like him in the world, so it's not surprising that he has a platform and he has appeal to certain people. But broadly, there's a lot of fucking people who just don't like Matt Walsh. Here we go. Jack Posobiec, why are we even talking about this? It's an obvious media op to distract from the Charlie Kirk medal. You know, that thing that everybody's talking about and everybody cares about. Like he's trying to put it as a narrative. The reality is that kids do stupid things, especially young boys. They tell edgy, offensive jokes. That's what kids do. These people are 30 and 40. These are not children. These are like they want to make it look like the college Republicans. Oh, they're just a bunch of edgy 12-year-olds. These are adults, college kids who in many cases have fast tracks to offices. Not elected office, but like staffing and shit. Jesse Kelly, I don't care at all about the group chat story simply because I do not take part in communist ops against the right. Doesn't matter what the story is. Do you remember when I was talking about how they don't actually care about consistency? And in people like Matt Walsh's case, he's gonna, they're gonna claim the line that, well, this is a Democrat op and it's just trying to distract you from apparently the Charlie Kirk medal. But the reality is that Matt Walsh, as we saw a couple months ago now, with the Shiloh Hendricks incident, as we've seen, if you haven't watched the videos I did on Matt Walsh, please go watch them. Years ago now, just going back through his history, he is somebody who deeply, I fully believe Matt Walsh says like hard R N-words in private. Like 100%. You can't convince me he doesn't. He has made too many excuses for it at this point. Oh, but it's longhoused. Okay. So it's look, he even here we go.
Offer was rescinded. Prominent New York Republicans, including Representative Elise Stefanik and State Senate Minority Leader Rob Ort, have denounced the chat. So has Ed Cox, the chair of the New York State GOP, along with the North Carolina Federation of Young Republicans, the Republican Party of Arizona, the Missouri GOP, the Kansas GOP, and many, many others.
Keep padding for time,
all
buddy.
of them lining up to say, I denounce this. I denounce it too. Hey, I also denounce it.
So here's the thing. Matt has been, you got to give him credit. He has been nothing if not consistent on the topic of cancel culture. And a lot of other people like Tim Pool are now falling in line. Which is to say that they don't believe in, he would tell you he doesn't believe in canceling people. That's the tool of the left. But what he really doesn't believe in is any kind of accountability or consistency. He doesn't care about ideological consistency. He doesn't care about being held accountable for remaining consistent. What he cares about is brutally bludgeoning anybody, ideologically or otherwise, who disagrees with him. And anything, he's making very clear here, anything to that end is acceptable. Jokes about gassing people to death, acceptable. Quote unquote jokes. Comments made in private about rape being epic, acceptable. This is why, at a core level, I need the libs to listen. If you've somehow found it to my channel, I need you to listen. The conservatives do not care about hypocrisy. They don't. It doesn't matter to them. And while you are calling out, well, actually you said this, and actually you said this, and isn't this thing in your bio? Doesn't your bio say theological fascist? And he'll go, well, obviously that's obviously sarcastic. But it's not. You need to understand that they believe this shit deeply. And not in a consistent way, of course. Not all of the people defending this believe, I'm sure, Jewish conspiracy theories or, that everybody should be burned at the stake or gassed or whatever dumb bullshit these college Republicans said. They don't all believe the exact same things, but they believe the broad message that if you are on the left, you are less than human. You are lesser by nature of your existence. And that there is no judgment passed upon you that is undue. There is nothing that anybody could have said to people like Matt, to people like J.D. Vance, to people like Tim Pool, to people like fucking Jack Posobiec. There is nothing those college Republicans could have said about the left, about Democrats, that would not have garnered this exact same reaction. Because at their core, the overall idea of subjugating, of persecuting, of this perceived aggrievement against political enemies is in perfect lockstep with the shit people like Matt hawk every day. Even if they don't say it. It's probably what they're saying in private. It's why there was, oh man, God, I still think about that one time a hacker hacked Matt Walsh's phone and was like, yeah, I'm not going to leak anything from it. I just wanted to do it because it was funny. I'm like, you fucking dick. You fucking prick. Nehemiah, thank you very much for $10. AI is bad, but what if someone made chatbots named Brat Walsh and Fem Shapiro, made their avatars fem? Oh, that's a horrible image. Femboy, Matt, and Ben, and made them sassy queer, hypothetically, for the sake of argument. No, because here's the thing. Like, okay, if you're going to make an AI, if it's just a chatbot, like, you really only can do that with AI, I guess. But have an artist actually do the avatars. Like, have an actual artist make that, and then you might have me on board for purposes. Cool Ranchero, thank you for following. Yeah, so let's hear his ethos on why you should never bow to cancel culture, because cancel culture is the tool of the left, and it's a communist thing, and whatever incoherent bullshit he's about to mumble.
Who are you denouncing it for, by the way? Who is that for? Who are you doing it for? You're doing it for the left. You're doing it for the mainstream media. You're doing it for their approval. It's the only reason you're doing it. If you have an actual problem, I don't know why this is so hard for people to grasp. If you have an actual problem with something that someone says,
you handle it in private.
Someone on the right says, and you're offended by it, or you think it's problematic, or whatever, you can reach out to them in private.
This again, for thee, not for me. This from the same dude who has now made two feature films, 2 documentaries, he'll say, going undercover, intentionally goading people and pushing them and misrepresenting what is said in interviews to make them look as dumb as possible. That's his whole thing, Matt. What Politico did, going undercover and showing these chats, which, by the way, has way more journalistic integrity than anything you've ever fucking done. Because they didn't even have to goad them. They didn't even have to poke or prod. This is just watching the fish in the tank, Matt. This is them going about their day-to-day. Like, Nobody should want to be associated with it. And it is so clear that at the very least, if Matt isn't outwardly proud to be associated with it, he's at least okay being associated with it. And honestly, that should tell you everything you need to know.
Everything has to be in public. You don't need to stand. You don't need to jump on the dog pile with the left. You don't need to stand in front of the left performatively and saying, I would like everyone to know that I also think this is bad.
He's so mad about any consequences. Just any consequences for conservatives. It just, Narwhal Nature, thank you for $5. I live for the applause, Matt. You got me. That's why I chose to be black. Black by popular demand.
Oh, good for you. Do you want a cookie? What do you want? You want a ribbon? Are they going to give you a little pat on the head? Well, good boy.
He's so mad. He's so mad. This pisses him off more than, like, I've seen mass shootings piss him off. Like, I've seen him react to a lot of shit. Cancel culture has always been one of the things that really quote unquote cancel culture gets under his skin, which is, when I say cancel culture, for Matt specifically, I mean anytime somebody's held accountable for some shit they do. Like, that's to him, to people like him, that's what, this cancel culture can't say jokes anymore, can't say the N-word in private. And what he's talking about, people being canceled doing the job of the left, is grown-ass adults using racial slurs in private. Because when you have these, the thing is that I know, again, people like this realize fully. I'm using Matt as a succinct example because he is representative of such a massive sample of the conservative movement at this moment, who are still a little bit too smart to go as blatantly mask off as Matt does. Because most people realize that the shit you say in private that you won't say in public is the shit you actually believe. Even if you think it's a joke. The fact that you think you are safe to say it, it speaks to deeper beliefs than the ones you might come out and admit in public. So, for example, making jokes about black people being monkeys might give some black Republicans, maybe black young Republicans, pause about being in that same movement. Maybe people who are people of color who have been somehow duped into joining these organizations would like to be made aware that they are being run by white nationalist groypers. But no, we can't do that. You gotta keep it in the background. It's attitudes like Matt, which, by the way, Matt was the same guy who said, well, obviously, God, what did he fucking say about the Catholic Church? The way to get priests to stop being pedophiles basically was to not allow gay men in the Catholic Church, because only gay men are pedophile priests, according to Matt Walsh. Just an intellectual bastion over here. It should be no surprise that with minds much like this, running everything, running places like ICE, running the DEA, running FBI, we have seen and will continue to see so many more scandals involving abuse, trafficking, and the cover-ups of all those things. Because this is the kind of attitude that leads to that behavior. A lack of vigilance, a lack of safeguarding for even the own basics of your ideological movement. Sacrificing consistency, sacrificing belief for sheer force, for sheer cohesion. Because it makes us look bad to call out racists. Matt, think about what you're saying. Really think about it. You are telling the world that you think it makes you look bad to call out people calling for the deaths of their political enemies, making jokes about the Hitler aesthetic, gassing people to death. I want to see the reactions really quick from people like Matt, JD, and Tim Pool before we go back into it, because, oh boy, there's so much more. There's so much more. And I want you to keep these things in mind as we go into that. Because this is such an important preference. Every time you keep hearing and keep seeing all the shit that Politico is reported on, you need to be thinking, oh, they think this is okay. They have given essentially their tacit approval for these kind of conversations with behavior, broadcasts, conversations like this. Keep it in mind. A model citizen, thank you for following. The exchange is part of a term. Blah, 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 blah. The 2,900 pages of chats shared among a dozen millennial and Gen Z Republicans between early January and mid-August chronicle their campaign to seize control of the young Republican organization on a hardline pro-Trump platform. Many of the chat members already work inside government or party politics, and one serves as a state senator. So again, should be some alarm bells probably about now when people like J.D. Vance and Matt Walsh are trying to spin this as, well, they're just kids. Of course, no, they are active political party members. They are active in state and local government. And I want you to then extrapolate from that. I think spin that into, contemplate it a little bit more. What the fuck do you think people like Matt Walsh then are saying? What do you think people like J.D. Vance are saying in private? Together, the messages reveal a culture where racist, anti-Semitic, and violent rhetoric circulate freely, and where the Trump-era loosening of political norms has made such talk feel less taboo among those positioning themselves as the party's next leaders. Quote, the more political atmosphere is open and liberating, like it has been with the emergence of Trump and a more right-wing GOP even before him. It opens up young people and older people to telling racist jokes, making racist commentaries in private and public, said Joe Fegan, a Texas A&M sociology professor who has studied racism for the last 60 years. He's also concerned the words would be applied to public policy. Quote, it's chilling, of course, because they will act on these views. The dynamic of easy racism and casual cruelty played out often in dark, vivid fashion inside the chats, where campaign talk and party gossip blurred into streams of slurs and violent fantasies. This is the dude, by the way, people like J.D. Vance are trying to sell you. Oh, kids, they make dog. Like, come on. Don't fucking piss in my Cheerios and tell me it's raining. Quote, Trump's too busy burning the Epstein files, Alex Dwyer, chair of the Kansas Young Republicans, wrote in one instance. A bunch of people declined to comment. Gunta claimed the release of the chat is part of a, quote, highly coordinated year-long character assassination led by Gavin Wax and the New York City Young Republican Club, an allusion to a once obscured internecine war that has now spilled into the open. God, all of these fucking people are named just like Burt Bickle, Dirk Benson, Connor Borkins. Like, these logs were sourced by way of extortion and provided to Politico by the very same people conspiring against me, he said. What's most disheartening is that, despite my unwavering support of Trump since 2016, rogue members of his administration, including Gavin Wax, have participated in this conspiracy to ruin me publicly simply because I challenged them privately. You're noticing a lot of this kind of same rhetoric around this shit. I mean, it shouldn't be surprising. Like, it's not surprising at this point that Trump's constant whinging would lead to this exact same, like the same kind of follower replicating his behavior, right? Like, oh, it's all just fake news. It's all just a hit piece. Sure, dude. At least one person in the Telegram chat works in the Trump admin, Michael Bartels, who, according to his LinkedIn account, serves as a senior advisor in the Office of General Counsel within the U.S. Small Business Admin. Didn't have much to say in the chat, but he didn't offer any pushback against the offensive rhetoric either. He declined to comment. Blah, blah, blah. 251 times. Mixed into formal conversations about whipping votes, social media strategy, and logistics, the members of the chat slung around an array of slurs, which Politico is republishing to show how they spoke. Epithets like the F slur, the R slur, and the N slur appeared more than 251 times combined. In one instance, Walker, who was at the time a staffer for Ort, talked about how a mutual friend of some in the chat dated this very obese Indian woman for a period of time. Gwinter responded the woman was not Indian. She just didn't bathe often. Sam Douglas, a state senator from northern Vermont and the head of the state's Young Republicans, replied. In a separate conversation, Ginta shared that his flight to Charleston, South Carolina, landed safely. Then he offered some advice to his fellow Young Republicans. Quote, if your pilot is a she and she looks 10 shades darker than someone from Sicily, just end it there. Scream the no-no word. Douglas did not respond to requests for comment. Yeah, no shit. I wonder how, again, shows how incredibly cucked J.D. Vance is that, like, they can talk this way about Indian women. J.D. Vance is literally married to an Indian woman. And he's like, oh, this is just offensive jokes. You fucking bitch. J.D. Vance, almost as much as Elon Musk, I think, is desperate to be liked by, like, a young, cool online conservative contingent. Is this Ort? Who the fuck? Bobby Walker. Yeah, that sure is. Look, I don't believe in, like, phrenology. I don't want to. I don't want, you know. I don't want to judge anybody. I don't want to judge a book by its cover. But if I needed to look up a picture in a dictionary of young Republican, parenthetical, derogatory, that's what that picture would look like. Damn it, Bobby. Private rhetoric isn't happening in a vacuum. It comes amid a widespread coarsening of the broader political discourse, and as incendiary and racially offensive tropes from the right become increasingly common. Last month, Trump posted an AI video that showed, oh yeah, the fucking Hakeem Jeffrey sombrero video. Blah, blah, blah. Of course, we got the 2024 campaign. Trump sped false reports. Yeah, this is just standard reporting shit. Liz Houston, a White House spokesperson, rejected the idea that Trump's rhetoric had anything to do with the chat members' language. Only an activist left-wing reporter would desperately try to tie President Trump into a story about a random group chat he had no affiliation with, while failing to mention the dangerous smears coming from, what fucking dangerous smears, who have fantasized about murdering their opponent and calling Republicans Nazis and fascists. No one has been subjected to more vicious rhetoric and violence than Trump and his supporters. Oh, here we go. Here's more stuff that they fucking again. Jeez. Look. Like what do you even say at a certain point? Like thank you, $5 from Ashley. Why are people this shocked about the content of the leak check? What part of this is new or surprising? It's not like, look, it's not surprising that young Republicans and groypers and shit are saying this shit in private. What's surprising is the deep ties they have to the like actual political establishment, and then also the fact that you have like JD Vance fucking covering for them. And in this climate, you're right, it's not that surprising, but I think it is still important to discuss and call attention to how these issues are all tied together. The Fat Man Adam, thank you for $5. Republicans all look 20 years older than they actually are. The hate really does age them. It's so first I want to, before we look, I know this is a fun teaser for what's about to come, but you gotta eat your vegetables before we get to our dessert. When Luke Mossaman, chair of the Arizona Young Republicans, asked if the New Yorkers in the chat were watching an NBA playoff game, Ginta responded, quote, "I'd go to the zoo if I wanted to watch monkey play ball." Ginta elsewhere refers to black people as, quote, "the watermelon people." Hendricks made a similar remark in July. Bro is at a chicken restaurant ordering his food. Would he like some watermelon and Kool-Aid with that? God, it's like... You're right. Like the offensiveness of it is like so antiquated. It's almost more offensive that they have no original ideas. But again, it needs to be called out that this is the shit that Matt Walsh, J.D. Vance, the vice president, looked at this and was like, yeah, that's okay. Look at all of these large adult sons. And they're going to call this a child. Did J.D. Vance only see his head? Is that what happened here? He only saw the top part? He only saw the little, like, just that little, like, the little pimple at the very top of it? You know who he's built like? It's gonna be deep cut for all my real ones out there. Bro is built like Pinhead. Real shit. Real shit. Real shit. Call Insomnia, thank you for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 subbies. I appreciate you so much. The Fat Man Adam, thank you for becoming a member. Oh, no. I don't want that anymore. It's kind of uncanny, honestly. Like if he put more of a, if he had more of a like workout schedule, he could really get that vibe going. Here we go. Spokesperson for the Attorney General, who also serves as the Kansas GOP, shared with her excerpts of the chat involving Hendricks. In response, Herbert said that we are aware of the issues raised in your article and that Hendricks is, quote, no longer employed. No shit. Here we go. Great. I love Hitler. Dwyer responded with a smiley face. Oh, weird. Ginta, who serves as chief of staff to New York State Assemblymaker Mike Riley, ultimately fell 6 points short of winning the chairship to lead the Young Republicans National Federation, despite earning endorsements from Stefanik and longtime Trump advisor Roger Stone. So again, if somebody tells you, or if you hear from anybody saying, "Oh, they're just kids, they're just college Republicans," like, they are fucking lying to you. They either A, have not actually looked into who these people are and the ties they have to the party, or B, they are purposely obfuscating that. They are intentionally trying to mislead you to make it seem, oh, it's not that big of a deal. We don't all think like this. When every one of these little scumbags has roots that go into fucking Washington. Bernie Barbie, thank you for following. Stone also condemned the comments in his statement. I, of course, would never have seen this. Have never seen this alleged chat room thread. If it is authentic, I would, of course, denounce any such comments in the strongest possible terms. See, Roger Stone, a far more experienced, conniving political grifter than Matt Walsh. Like, Roger knows when you let the mask drop and when you keep it up. Roger knows to be like, oh, yes, no, of course I disavow. Matt Walsh doesn't have the... He doesn't have that discernment. He's too impulsive. He is too driven by his emotion. Evildoer as foretold by Pinhead Villain Week. Few minority groups, normalized at most points as dark humor, mirrors some popular conservative political commentators, podcasters, and comedians. Oh, weird. Walker also uses the moniker Eye Patch McCain, coined by Tucker Carlson, in apparent reference to Representative Dan Crenshaw. Art Gibson, a professor at the University of Dayton who specializes in white racial extremism, surmised that young Republicans in town were influenced by Trump's language, which he said is often hyperbolic and emotionally charged. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, yeah. Gibson reviewed multiple excerpts of the Young Republicans chat provided by Politico. One was a late July message where Mosselman, the chair of the Arizona Young Republicans, mused about how a group could win support for their preferred candidate by linking an opponent to white supremacist groups. But Mosselman then realized the plan could backfire. Kansas Young Republicans could end up becoming attracted to that opponent. It's just like the jokes write themselves. Can we get them to start releasing Nazi edits with her? Like pro-Nazi and fascism propaganda, he asked the group. OMG, I'd love this plan. Rachel Hope, Arizona Young Republican events chair, responded, quote, the only problem is we will lose the Kansas delegation, Mosselman said. They both declined to comment. Gibson said the Young Republicans' conversation reminded him of online discussions between members of neo-Nazi and white supremacist groups, which, granted, I wouldn't call myself, I think I'm more of an expert than most people, just by nature of how much shit I've looked into, but I wouldn't call myself a real, I'm not a fucking professor about this shit. But yes, I would agree with that. You say it once or twice, it's a joke. You say it 251 times, it's no longer a joke. The more we repeat certain ideas, the more real they become to us. Jesus fucking Christ. Weeks later, someone in the chat staying in a hotel asked its members, guess what room we're in? 1488, Dwyer responds. In another conversation in February, Gainza talks approvingly about the Orange County Teenage Republican Organization, which appears to be part of a national network of national teenage Republicans, how he was pleased with the young members' ideological bent. Quote, they support slavery and all that shit. Mega based. The term based in internet culture is used to express approval with an idea, one that's bold or controversial. Very funny. Members of the Telegram chat speak about their personal lives too. Extensive discussions about their everyday lives include one exchange about how devoutly Catholic some chat members are and how often they attend church. Many of the slurs, epithets, and violent language often appear to be intended as jokes. Mosman was derided by members of the chat as I don't even feel that's a slur to me. Like I know people who've had that used against them, so I'm not fucking saying that. Stay in the closet, F slur. I almost just actually said the word. Sorry. That's one I can say. Stay in the closet. Walker of New York jested in July. Group use slurs against Asians too. Quote, many people built the train tracks with the Chinese. Sex is gay. All right. Spanish came to America, had sex with every single woman. Sex is gay, Dwyer writes. Sex, it was rape. Epic, Walker says. This is what conservatives are okay with. Like, this is what adults talking about behind closed doors. They will lie to you to your fucking face and say, well, they're just kids. Whom among us have not joked about rape being epic? Says Vice President J.D. Vance. Just another one. Are these are all different people. How? How are these all not the same person? Look. Okay. You know what they're like? It's like they... All right. This is going to be a niche reference, but real heads will know. I'm no ball about it. Y'all know Bionicles? So Bionicles had, for several iterations, they all basically had the same template, right? They would just be in slightly different colors of plastic and given different weapons, but they were basically the same thing. And that's kind of what this reminds me of. Where if you didn't have the slight variances in, like, this one has glasses, this one has a beard, this one has a gray suit, they're just the exact fucking same person. They could pass for each other's clones. That's fucking crazy. Heavy petting, thank you for following. Minnesota F slurs, he messaged. Arkansas, inbred cow fuckers. Nebraska, revolt in our favor. Maryland, fat stinky Jew. Rhode Island, traitorous cunts who I will eradicate from the face of this planet. Gita also said he planned to make one of the competing young Republicans, quote, unalive himself on the convention floor. In another instance, Douglas, the Vermont state senator, that's this guy, describes to the group members how one of Paget's Jewish colleagues may have made a procedural error related to the number of Maryland delegates permitted at the national convention. Quote, I was about to say you're giving nationals too much credit and expecting the Jew to be honest. Breonna Douglas, Sam's wife and Vermont Young Republicans National Committee member, replied to her husband's message. Breonna Douglas did not respond to repeated requests for comment. So a sitting senator talking about expecting a Jew to be honest. But no. I know I'm hammering it home, but I feel it's so important to just reiterate this is acceptable for the conservative movement. If you think pointing out their hypocrisy, after this, after they just spent a month trying to tar and feather everybody who made a joke about their favorite podcaster, and this is the thing that they go with sitting senators involved in this kind of bullshit publicly, and they're coming out to defend it, you need to understand hypocrisy doesn't mean anything. While reporting this article, Politico was examining a separate allegation that Gaines and the Young Republicans mismanaged New York finances and hadn't paid at least one venue for a swanky holiday party. Yeah, no shit. Shocking. Nothing more than a sad and pathetic attempt at a political hit job, but in their chat, he and Walker speak flippantly about mishandling the club's finances. NYSYR account be like 500, Balding Cream 1,000, Ozempic, Walker said in one message. Jesus Christ. If we ever had a leak of this chat, we'd be cooked for real, he wrote. I mean, not really. Like, that's the sad, unfortunate thing, is that broadly, they're not cooked over this. This is not the thing that is going to get people to stop supporting them. This isn't going to change anybody whose mind isn't already made up at this point. And because of the propaganda spin from people now like the fucking vice president doing a podcast, they're putting even more effort into creating these narratives in real time and then maintaining them for all their fans. And the narrative for this one is that, these were just kids. They are lying to your face. Because the reality is, the truth is, and they're barely even trying to, like, the most insulting thing is that the membrane is so thin. They're barely even trying to fucking cover it up. The truth, that they think you're dumb enough to fucking believe this shit. They think you're dumb enough to think for a fucking second that they don't all think this way. I'm not saying every conservative out there, but I am saying the people who are jumping up to defend this, who are trying to paint it as some kind of, just a foible among the young, the easily led astray. What 17-year-old? No. These are adults who know what they're doing, and so do the people defending them. Nobody should forget that. We do have some minor, happy-ish news, let's say. Oh man. I want to watch this really quick because I want to see if I can find it first. But I want to show everybody this video because this video is one of the few good things, just like purely good things I've seen. So for those who don't know, there is currently a ceasefire and active agreements to end the ongoing Israeli genocide in Gaza. And I say ongoing because as they're pulling out people like Ben Gvir, have continued ramping up, continued calling for escalation. Israeli soldiers, they aren't really stopping yet, but they have released prisoners. And I came across this video. And I see ish because it's not over. Israel, the best they can hope for right now is that, like, okay, maybe they will try and stop. Like Greta Thunberg. One of the most prominent and visible activists in the world. Was horrendously tortured and abused. Some aid is getting in, not a lot. They are like you betcha snipers are still taking pot shots at people. And if you haven't looked at, go fucking look up a picture of what Gaza looks like. It is still an incredibly bleak and will be an enduring blight on just modern humanity that I don't know if it can ever be rectified. Certainly not with the political interests that are aligned right now and the people that are in power right now. Because here's the thing about Trump is he doesn't give a fuck. The one time he perked up about anything having to do with Gaza was when he was talking about real estate and talking about building a fucking Trump Tower on the West Bank. So I hold. It's very hard to kind of go through this dissonance because I want so badly to be happy, but it's not going to end. And if anything, I hope that if people can carry something forward from this, it is keeping their eyes on Israel and Gaza. Because this shit has been going on for decades. This is just the most expansive and concentrated effort Israel's ever made against Gazans. Christian Garcia hoping those bastards didn't you-know-what her. I understand if she doesn't want to talk about it, but knowing how fucking depraved they are. They did make her strip naked while they kicked her and beat her. Threw an Israeli flag over me to humiliate me. They ripped my frog hat off, threw it on the ground, stomped and kicked it. Cable tied, soldiers lined up to take selfies with her as her belongings were slowly cut up with knives. At one point, far-right minister Itamar Ben-Gvir appeared before the group of activists and shouted, "You're terrorists, you want to kill Jewish babies," Thunberg said. There's a lot I don't remember so much happening at once. During her captivity, Thunberg claimed jail guards frequently threatened to gas the activists in their cells. Did not complain to the Israeli authorities about any of these ludicrous and baseless allegations because they never occurred. I wouldn't be surprised if they did worse than what she's talking about. Who the fuck is going to hold them accountable? Maybe the international court? Other than that, I can't fucking imagine anybody. It would take a government that is actively interested in stopping Israel's genocide, which our government is not. Now, you could say for whatever reasons, and it's not anti-Semitic to say that like Israel has a controlling interest in our government ideologically, because it's not a Jewish thing. It's not a thing based in heritage. It's not based in lineage. It's not based in genealogy. It's based in politics. Like, they are a far-right project. They are one of the only in the Middle East. They afford America such incredibly prime real estate and allyship. It's a tactical advantage. Like, that's what it is. And I don't want to say this. I'm going to say it, but I don't want to. I want to dip too far into conspiracizing, but like, Israel and Mossad keep dirt on people. Yeah, Brutus Magazine. Christian super PACs are the main donors for Zionist projects. There is a massive tie between modern evangelical Christianity and the Zionist movement. And again, like if you want to look at like, oh, who's really feeding Israel? Who's really it's Americans. Like, people want to talk about like, oh, the Jews are controlling this. It's like, Israel wouldn't be Israel if we did not keep feeding them. It's anybody tells you like that Jewish conspiracy bullshit, give them the finger and tell them to fuck off right to their face. So I wanted to talk about that because this is one of the hostages who was released, and when I saw the look on this man's face, I'm already like kind of getting welled up just thinking about it. So in prison, Israeli guards told him again and again that Israeli soldiers had killed his entire family, a form of psychological torture, he said, meant to break him. But when he walked up the stairs of his Gaza home today, his wife rushed into his arms, his children and parents beside her, alive, waiting, and all of them delirious with relief and joy. And it is these small moments of humanity, of celebration, that I am holding to. Even as, and again, this genocide is still ongoing. But seeing this kind of thing does give me hope. And I hope watching this can give you a little bit too. I'm sorry, let me roll it back for a second. So he sees his wife first, and then the kids come in, and I want you to watch his reaction when he sees his kids after what I believe is at least, over a year, 2 years.
أولادك يا شعب أولادك هذا ركان ابن الأكبر وابنته ريفان خلاص كانت منتظرة حبيبي يا بابا حبيبي 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 أنا ما تقعدش كنت أسعد باسمك خير يا بابا
I mean, that's. I'm sorry. I don't. I think it is. It's one of those things that you can see. Look, there's a lot of shit constantly around us, especially online, that, and I'm like, I investigate horrible shit all the time, all day. Spend hours looking at just fucking terrible shit. And it can be easy to see the worst all the time. Especially, you know, the shit we just covered. Our government doesn't care about the worst shit happening. Our government is perpetrating some of the worst shit happening. There's genocide still going on. It can seem like everything is always just pitch black and there's never any light at the end of the tunnel. And especially in this kind of internet age where everything is so fucking connected and our brains are so constantly overloaded and fried and burned out with just the horrors all the time. But I think this is kind of a moment of clarity for me, where it still reminds you that every now and then these things can be good, and they can remind us of our common and shared humanity. They can remind us of the beauty of humanity. And I think the responsibility that we share to one another. Yeah, that's all I really have to say on that. I'm sure other other commentators have. I'm sure. I know Hassan. I don't watch Hassan's stream, but I think he was talking about the ongoing genocide and everything. So I probably won't be talking too much about it. I have kind of a different beat I've adopted, unless there are major changes to everything happening. But I am only as knowledgeable about the military operations happening in Gaza as I need to be to kind of be informed of other topics. So I've never been the right person to talk about it. But I will still keep abreast of everything happening, and I encourage everybody else to as well. Are those Yu-Gi-Oh cards? Where? Oh, no. Oh, they do. I guess they do kind of look like Yu-Gi-Oh cards. No, they're Goosebumps. Alrighty. I have one last thing. I want to see. So, you may have heard, chat, word on the street. Antifa? Those are bad dudes. The kind of cats who hang out in that one place Shredder had all them homeless kids in that first Turtles movie. And accordingly, our brave and glorious leader has declared them an enemy of the state. and our incredibly competent and not at all stupid FBI head, Kash Patel, well, he's been really gumshoeing it up and really putting on his best detective hat and getting to work trying to figure out, where are these Antifa? Where do they come from? Where do they go? Who funds them? Now, for such a massive network, you might think, for a apparently international network of leftist terrorists, you might think, okay, well, surely of the hundreds, if not thousands, of protesters they've arrested in the last decade, of the people that they say, oh, this person has ties to Antifa, of the people they've just not even arrested, but just detained or interviewed, there has to be somebody. Somebody has to have talked, right? Like if a young Republican chair will talk, somebody in Antifa has to be talked. But no. Apparently not. That George Soros money is too good. Oh, them Soros bucks hit too heavy. That smoke too real. So, naturally, Kash Patel did what any intelligent and upstanding detective would do. He went to the next best source. Glenn Beck? I guess? Sure. Why not? Now, 7 days ago, Glenn put this video out, unmasking Antifa, the dark truth behind its well-funded network. Ooh. So good. Nehemia, thank you for $5. Y'all saw that. They caught the girlfriend of one of the founders of Antifa, light a candle for our fallen sisters. Yeah, I'm so curious. So, for those who don't know, that was a reference to I believe it was a press conference a couple days ago where I think, was it Kristi Noem or Pam Bondi? I think it was Pam Bondi. I've only heard the sound clip. I haven't watched it. And they kind of sound the same to me. Well, I guess they probably don't actually sound the same to me. I just haven't heard enough of their voices to differentiate them. Doesn't matter. Pam Bondi talked about how they actually have the girlfriend of, and I believe they say that she's a lesbian as well. So the girlfriend of one of the like founders of Antifa in custody. And I'm like, okay, sure, dude. Okay. Again, it's just like that kind of person that you'd be like, who? If you had a bag that fucking big, like this is the same Pam Bondi that put together a whole big presentation, invited all these influencers to the White House for the Epstein file release that was just a bunch of shit in binders that people already knew about. Do you think for a second, as she's under fire about so much shit right now, from the Epstein files to the Charlie Kirk shit, all this stuff, do you think for a second, if there was a opportunity for a power move like showing off the leader of Antifa, they wouldn't take it if they had it? Get the fuck out of here. Come on. Got John Antifa in handcuffs right now. Oh, that's so fucking funny. So yeah, let's get into the dangerous. Damn, every time I see Glenn Beck, he just looks whiter. Both whiter and wider.
You're living in some cities in America. I bet it sounds a little alien to you, because it might feel a little more like you're currently behind enemy lines if you're living in places like Portland.
All right, look, I don't like give a lot of credit to the lib slop, but I do think wasn't the Tonight Show, it was I think it was Jon Stewart's show did a good compilation of dumbasses like Stephen Miller and Bondi being like, they're overtaking our cities, and then clipping it in with dramatic music and then picture of the like inflatable frogs dancing in the streets, because it's just it's so evidently ridiculous. It's fucking it's bonkers.
for Chicago. Does it feel like America in some of our places in our country, some cities in our country, or does it seem more like the People's Republic of? Then you just insert the random city name, the People's Republic of Portland. It's about to be the People's Republic of New York. Later in the show, I'm going to talk to Nick Sorter, who has a first-hand account of the insanity that is currently going on in Portland, Oregon.
Go.
I want you to watch when, at some point in the interview, I was talking to him.
I'm gonna go refill my water real quick.
A police car goes behind him. And it's a great distance behind him. And his whole body changes. You can tell he no longer views the police. He's a supporter of the police. No longer views the police as an ally, having his back. We're living in a different time. Nick was wrongfully accused by the Portland Police Department, and charges against him have all been dismissed. And he's suing the Portland Police, and I think he should. He was there to document how the police handled Antifa attacks against federal officers. And in doing so, as they're going after him, he is just trying to just be cool, not get into a fight. And he's the one arrested, not Antifa. It's interesting. Nick's been invited to the White House today, along with people like Andy Ngo, to talk about their experiences with Antifa in places like Portland. My conversation with him in just a few minutes. Now, there are two very painful reality checks that need to happen right now. The first one goes for the radical left, and it goes as follows. Donald Trump won the election last November, but it wasn't just any election. It was a historic landslide that showed an unprecedented shift towards the right. There was a clear mandate given for President Trump's agenda, and at the top of the list was fixing the broken border and deporting illegals. Right beside this was restoring law and order. Now, I'm sorry for this reality check, but it couldn't be more clear. But here is the second reality check, and it's for anybody like me or you that might have voted for this historic mandate. The left is so clearly willing to do whatever it takes to ensure the will of the American voters never actually happens. It is stunning. And that includes violence, real bloodshed in the streets. For the people trapped behind the lines within the People's Republic of Portland, it means you have been forced to endure over 100 straight nights of Antifa, the thugs, running your entire city. And I really mean running it. You watch as federal officers exit their buildings every night and proceed to get attacked by everybody who is, I think, clinically insane, some of them, violent anarchists and leftists.
I love how even in the footage they're using, it shows the federal officers beating the shit out of protesters. Like, that's it. Great. Yeah. Like, here's a group of officers beating the shit out of these kids with backpacks. Uh-huh. Okay. And they're like, yo, look at these federal officers being assaulted. As they fucking have riot gear and battle armor. Yeah, sure. Okay.
Instead of the evening, smell and sounds of a great, vibrant city, you smell tear gas and hear explosions. And this is just one city, and it's not the only one. In the People's Republic of Chicago, things are about to get much worse than even Portland. I mean, just saying that seems hard to believe. How could it get worse than Portland?
When was the last time you were in Portland, dog? El Salv, thank you very much for $10. Not to sound dramatic and cringy, but your channel is one of the few reasons I haven't gone insane in this frightening world. Pete, please keep up with your work, and I love your voice. It helps me sleep. Oh, thank you very much. That means a lot. That really does. Nehemiah, thank you very much for another 5. Also at that round table about Antifa, Jack Posobiec talked about how Antifa has its roots in Weimar, Germany. Yeah, that was a crazy, slip up for that dude. I can't fucking believe he was like, Antifa, which has its origins in Weimar, Germany. It's like, huh? Jack, fucking Jesus Christ, dude. You're not supposed to be that mask off.
Well, in Chicago, federal agents are stalked, chased down, and ambushed. And on top of that, the local police there are being held back. They were denied the ability to respond.
Okay. Anti-ICE extremists. Okay, so this is just hearsay. Please, Chief of Patrol, no units will respond to this as relayed. Caller is one of approximately 30 armed Border Patrol agents who are being surrounded by a large crowd of people requesting CPO. So the cops were like, nah. The 30 plus heavily armed and geared ICE agents They can handle this shit on their own. Okay. But yeah, dude.
When federal agents called for help. Get into this here in a little bit, but I mean, could you make it more obvious what they're doing? Could you make it any more obvious that they are declaring war on the American voter?
Now, again, when he's saying federal agents, this is another little obfuscation they love doing lately. When they say federal agents, what they're actually talking about are ICE agents, people who have a massive sign-on bonus, who have no educational requirements. Now, by the way, they've raised the age gate, lowered the age gate, lowered the necessary skills needed, lowered drastically the amount of time needed in training. Like, I am sure there are upscale mall cops who have a harsher vetting process than these fucking ICE agents. And they've been public about their lowering of standards so they can get as many dipshit wannabe thugs and jackbooted freaks on the streets as possible. Like if you're looking at any of these agents and being like, how the fuck did they pass any kind of physical exam? Like they can't run very well. They don't seem like they could really push over a fucking paper bag. It's because they probably haven't. They haven't been training a long time. These are not like rigorous soldiers. These people have been fast-tracked as thugs. And now they get to call them federal agents, as if they are somehow on par with an investigator or somebody from the FBI, people who spend years training, studying their craft. Bruce Maxson, thank you for $10. Got nothing insightful or clever to say. Have some damn money. Keep up the good work and keep pushing through. Let's make sure the rest of this century doesn't also suck. Doing my best.
And on the United States of America, our federal government. As it turns out, yeah, they can. Here's the mayor of Chicago on Monday.
And today we are signing an executive order aimed at reining in this out-of-control administration. The order establishes ICE-free zones. That means that city property and unwilling private businesses will no longer serve as staging grounds for these raids.
Just curious, what do you call it when an elected official issues orders in direct defiance of the U.S. government? I think some.
What do you call, Glenn? What do you call it when an elected official defies the will of the people and just unilaterally decides to roll in militarized troops to occupy cities? God damn. This is why nobody gives a fuck about Glenn Beck anymore. Like, damn, you've fallen off. Not that you were ever really on. Insurrection. Sure.
But yeah, it is a bit bigger than a, whoops, my bad moment. This is a violation of the Supremacy Clause of the Constitution. You want to talk about the Constitution and our...
Yeah, somebody correctly pointing out Jim Williams, states' rights, motherfucker. It's so funny how they'll talk about states' rights till the cow come home when you got... you're talking about the Civil War or anything else. Oh, no, it was about states' rights. The second estate is like, nah, don't pull that shit here, federal government. And they're like, well, you can't do that. That's no, because Trump said that we get to come into, you can't do a no ICE zone. That's not fair. No, that's not fair. Like, fuck off. He's still alive? Arguably. Debatably. At one point, he's just going to congeal into one of those KFC potato bowls.
Our republic is under attack. Here it is. The authority of the United States shall be the supreme law of the land, and the judges in every state shall be bound thereby, anything in the Constitution or laws of any state to the contrary notwithstanding. Has the mayor of Chicago or Portland heard this little part of the Constitution? Do they care? Or is it now they just don't care anymore? They fully embrace the attitudes of their little street thugs and soldiers where it is by any means necessary. And the political violence now endorsed as a legit...
Oh, what the fuck happened in Ohio? What do you mean 4 dead in Ohio? Or are you talking about the song? Okay, yeah, you're talking about the... Okay. I was like, what the fuck happened now? Okay, don't scare me like that. Stop it, you're scaring me.
Of resistance. In the People's Republic of Portland, It's not just federal officers that are in danger, but also journalists who are trying to report on what's happening.
Calling Nick Sordor a journalist, please. Oh, please tell me, does he go into the Antifa HQ? He's still got his little whiteboard. Oh, that's adorable. Please tell me he takes him into the belly of the beast. Oh, I think he does. Okay, we're just gonna skip forward. This is all. Okay, no wait. Let's see where's it getting its funding from? Okay.
Provide legal support to the street soldiers. But there's no organization in that. No. Next, we have Antifa International. This one's kind of hilarious because the people who describe Antifa as decentralized and leaderless, you have an Antifa International. I mean, it's like BLM Inc. From an Antifa fundraiser, and again, who do you write the check to? They're described as, quote, an international anti-fascist collective with years of experience managing the International Anti-Fascist Defense Fund and other anti-fascist projects. So you have no central control, no base of operations or anything else. But
yeah, that's what a collective means, dude. I mean, it is a conglomeration of people and groups that everybody chips in. Everybody provides different levels of support and different things that they can do. That's what a collective is. It is by its nature non-hierarchical. And he's trying to say that because there is a group of people out there helping protesters get bail funds, that there's okay, dude. No, keep on going. Keep on going. We'll get him at some point.
You have years of experience managing. Really? How about Antifa International? Antifa International helped fundraise the Legal Defense Fund for the militants that attacked the ICE facility in Texas. Okay. And while we're at it, take a look at Community Justice Exchange and their national bail.
You'll notice again how he's not actually like talking about this person. They're on LinkedIn. They're doing this and this person. Like he doesn't actually have any people. He's just broadly gesturing at groups, support groups. Okay, yeah.
Fund network. They were bailing people out during the Summer of Rage of George Floyd riots. They're probably worth looking into, specifically due to their major partner, which is, oh my gosh, the Tides Foundation, our old friends at the Tides Foundation. Look, these connections, these organizations are legion. We are legion. Yeah, that's probably what they say. Anyway, remember, as per all the politicians and media experts, no centralized organization.
Cringe.
Okay, but you have the support groups that are supporting them with no organization. And then you have this, funding sources. Now, this is interesting. Again, who do you write check to? This is split between nonprofits and foundations, also crowdfunding sources.
When was the last time you think anybody punched that bag back there?
I already mentioned the Tides Foundation, one of the darkest of the dark left-wing radical money funnels on the planet. You know, who knows all the trails that lead back to Tides? But just for starters, let's look at these. Tides Foundation funds an organization called Alliance for Global Justice. Money from here. They
okay, yeah. Don't let me read that.
Refunnel money to groups like Refuse Fascism. They also give
groups like Refuse Fascism. Hey, buddy. Why not? Why do you want to not do that? Much to think about. Has he started ranting about the Tides Foundation? I believe is his Soros plug.
Are you going to write a check for $1 million to a leaderless group that has no organization at all and just say, yeah, you guys know what to do with it? Who knows what to do with it? This is how the radical left-wing money trail operates. It's designed to be opaque. It's designed to be confusing and disappear. But
yes, it's designed to be opaque and confusing. Nobody can make sense of it, which is why it doesn't make sense and it's hard to follow. And I have to tie all these threads together and explain it like a fucking conspiracy theorist. Not because it doesn't exist, you see, but because, this is designed to make people look crazy when they talk about it. Okay, dude. Hellman911, thank you very much for following.
Connections are all there. Why haven't we done anything about it up until now? Okay, up next, who else but George Soros' Spooky Dudes, Open Society Foundation.
There we go.
They also fund the Alliance for Global Justice.
Classic.
They also are with the Antifa support groups. The charitable funding sources are legion for just that one. Then you have Fidelity Investments. Where do you have your money invested? Fidelity Investments Charitable Gift Fund. They donate to the National Lawyers Guild. Also, Schwab Charitable Fund. Boy, if I had my money in Schwab, or Fidelity, I don't know if I would have it. They're giving to the people who are supporting these people. I mean, I could go on, and we haven't even gotten to the crowdfunding platforms. You have ActBlue and Patreon. You have Fundraiser, the Action Network. Then you have
Patreon. Look, it's okay. On one hand, it can't be underscored how dipshit conspiracy crackpottery like this does get back to people like Trump. Like, shit like this will worm its way back up all the way to the top until somebody is like, oh yeah, no, we need to look into Patreon so we can, shut down all these leftists. And that is an effort to make sure that if you are on the left, if you advocate for leftist principles, if you are an independent content creator, an independent journalist, acting in any level of independence, like I get most of my money from Patreon. I am not paid by fucking George Soros. If I was paid by George Soros, do you think I'd be asking for help getting new fucking headphones because mine are busted? By the way, you can donate at the Ko-Fi link that's posted in the chat if you would like to help me get some new headphones. And so on one hand, it is deeply nefarious, their effort to achieve this goal. On the other hand, it's just wildly funny to see a grown-ass man pointing at his chalkboard and be like, aha! You see, all these Antifa are getting from their deep funding web, their network of dark money liberal funding and their Marxist communist fucking hierarchies from Patreon. What? Sorry, is are these Antifa commanders offering more bennies for their $5 tiers? Like, donate to the $5 tier, I'll spray paint your name on a cop car. Donate. Hey, if you donate to the $10 tier, I'll, like what would that even fucking look? That's crazy. That's so good. That's so good. Damn, yeah, thank you very much for $5. Wait, aren't y'all getting your Soros checks? That's so funny. Book sales.
Book sales. Book sales. Well, yeah, book sales, like the college professor that produced the Antifa handbook. Look, I'm not accusing anyone here. I'm just saying this is pretty much off the top of my head. I'm just showing the connections that have a very strong...
He has to say that for legal reasons, which is very smart of him, because I'm willing to bet that people like Soros's foundations are lawyered up to the gills that would sue Glenn Beck so hard it would garnish his fucking turds. Like, he really he saw what was happening with Alex Jones. He's like, no, now I'm just accusing everybody opaquely of being terrorists, but also I don't want that smoke. So, haha, JK, unless. Simric, thank you for $5. How badly do you manage your money that you can't get headphones with your Soros money, Antifa soldier? Pretty bad. Pretty bad. I'm not going to lie. Not going to lie. I'll name the community garden after you for $10. No, yeah, no, he the OG I'm just asking questions guy. I mean, like, no. Like, that would go to Alex Jones, or that would go to God, who was the fucking psychopath who ended up getting shot, who was before Alex Jones? Tex Mars. I think it's Tex Mars.
Odor attached to them. And I've followed these people long enough to know this is the way
Message on a brick for 15?
This one chalkboard alone is enough for
yeah,
the
sure.
Trump administration just to start. I mean, just start. And they are. And it should be enough alone just to debunk the ridiculous notion. Just the question, who are you writing checks to? $1 million check. Who's cashing it? What
Bill
bank?
Cooper,
Where's
that's who it is. Sorry.
Schwab
I don't know why I said Tex
is giving
Mars.
to just
I was thinking of
street
another
kids
Texas
who-
asshole.
What? It's ridiculous to believe that. Ridiculous. Antifa now has been designated as a terrorist organization. It is about time. And it is time to turn over all of the stones. I am proud to say that after the first of the year, we're turning over not just the little stones, we're turning over the big boulders as well. We will show you in an epic special much, much more on this.
In an when I saw on Twitter, the reason I saved this to my watch on stream list, when I saw him talking about the special, the uncovering Antifa special, I thought this was that video. I did not watch this. I wanted to go into this blind. But now, Alex, you're telling me Alex, sorry, I'm already thinking,
Antifa, socialist, Soros, Foundation, globalist operations. It's all in the documents, folks. It's all been declassified by the CIA.
like, I locked in so quickly to conspiracy bullshit. I'm like, oh yeah, Alex Jones, obviously. But now, Glenn, you're telling me that you have a epic documentary project that is going to be months in the making? Oh, I'm seated, baby. I'm seated with popcorn. Let's go. Let's go. You gotta have me talking like this. Oh, you gotta have me doing my Mark Wahlberg impression, buddy. Yeah. You found the Antifa. Oh, you found the Antifa, buddy. Okay. Great. That's so good for me. That's so good for me.
Okay, after the break, I'm going to come back. Nick Sorter joins me from Portland. I talked to him earlier today because he was arrested in Portland in a crazy story, and he'll tell you about it. The charges have now been dropped after getting wrongfully arrested when he got attacked by Antifa. They weren't arrested, but he was. Today, he spent time at the White House to talk to the Trump administration, what he and people like Andy Ngo have experienced in some of these Antifa-ravaged cities.
Like
I got off with him before.
What people like Andy? Oh, just the terrible Antifa super soldiers out here with their concrete milkshakes. That's Andy Ngo's concrete milkshake story, which I don't know if they'll get to. Oh, you know what? He's mentioned Andy Ngo twice. I bet Andy Ngo has been part of this documentary or whatever the fuck he's putting together. Oh, please. Oh, my God. I want to see Andy Ngo give the... so, for those who don't remember, Brianna Wu did a dramatic reenactment for a Sci-Fi Channel show where she basically lied about the harassment she received. Not that she did receive harassment, but lied about the method she received it in. And just this over-dramatized, overwrought recollection of being stalked. And I'm willing to bet that's going to hit the same pitch Andy Ngo talks about the quote-unquote concrete milkshake. Oh, that's so good. That's so good for me. Nehemia, thank you for another 10. Thank you for, holy shit, you've been popping, but thank you so much. I am the CEO of Antifa as appointed by our dear leader Joe Biden, head of the global cabal of communists. Promise to our Lord and Savior Lilith that the money will reach all of you by the next full moon. Praise be to he. Just learned about the fake concrete today. So fucking funny. So fun. The way that was like immediately debunked, like people with chemical engineering degrees, people who know chemical compositions were shit, got into the convo and were like, no, actually, like at a molecular level, mixing concrete into these other things would make it like completely diluted. Like it wouldn't fucking work unless they were actually throwing concrete at you, in which case it wouldn't have been liquid, you fucking moron.
He flew out to Washington. You're going to see and hear his story, and that is coming up next.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if you saw today, but the price of gold, last I checked, was $4,060. $4,060. It was $4,005. That means it went up $55 just in a couple of hours in trading today.
Jesus Christ, dude. The grift never stops. The grift never stops. All right, yeah, let's go. I wanna this fucking dork Nick Sordor. Nick Sordor has, if you want to really know how is there music playing? Did I turn music on? Oh, no, that was his. Yeah, you're also not supposed to judge your stocks by a few hours, famously. If you want to know like how easy it is to grift as a right-winger, Nick Sordor has been just an orbiter around this shit for years. So he's gained a little bit of a social media following, but like him getting arrested was the thing that like he was immediately like on a flight to the fucking White House. He was like just the hero of the fucking week. Charlie Kirk, who the fuck is that? We got Nick Sortor on our team. Oh, watch out. The Sortor is loose. The Tyrannosaurus. And honestly, what Antifa super soldier could possibly stand against the might of the Sortor? Look at this just specimen of a... Yeah. Yeah, buddy. All right, let's I want to get to the real meat what we're talking about here.
All communications related to coordination between the Portland Police Department and these Antifa terrorists, and they sure as hell want that to be buried.
Wow, what are you alleging?
Dog, I picked the perfect moment to jump in. Nick Sortor is talking about how apparently the Portland Police Department are in league secretly with Antifa. Awesome, dude. Again, if you want ever further evidence that these people don't care about anything, any kind of ideological consistency, anything but pushing their agenda forward, dog.
Here. How do you mean the coordination between the two?
Oh, I absolutely believe that there are conversations that continuously happen between the leaders of this Antifa group out here, it's Rose City Antifa to be specific, and the police department. I know that they coordinate, and in one way in particular, where the Portland police the other day relegated traffic control duties around here to Antifa's people. So all the small businesses and stuff that are at the end of the street, there's only one street to get to them. They were at the mercy of
it. This is fucking crazy, dude. Antifa was running the crosswalks because the cops didn't want to. And of course, you'd expect for something that's so bizarre or weird, you'd expect literally any footage. Funny how we don't have that. God, oh God, I hope there's so much footage in that Glenn Beck documentary. I'm more fucking excited for that. I can't think of a piece of media now that I am more excited for now. That's so good for me.
Antifa. Antifa was only letting their own members through, not patrons of the businesses, nor their employees. And the employees would come out and talk to the police and be like, what are you guys doing? Why are you allowing them to control the streets? And they said that was their arrangement with them. So, I mean, like, they're clearly coordinating. So
let me ask you this. Do you see any evidence of I mean, because they're supposed to be leaderless. It's just a collection of leaderless people. Are you seeing any connection of coordination from a mother group or anybody else? Or is it just the kind of coordination where we're going to protest today at 5, great, we'll be there and we'll be off the site? What kind of coordination are you seeing? Not just with the police, but anything else?
Yeah, so they're given marching orders. There is a national group, but most of the stuff here is done by what's called Rose City Antifa. And they do have leaders that are on the ground they pretty much live here. There was a video of me the other day. I was walking down the sidewalk where they have decided to, I mean, every day this thing gets bigger, this encampment, bigger and bigger and bigger, and people around here aren't allowed to walk on the sidewalk. And they camp here every single night. The leaders of these riots that happen out here. And the Rose City Antifa leaders, they're all out here pretty much around the clock. And you ask, okay, how do they do that? Somebody has to be funding it. Somebody has to be paying for all this stuff, all this food, all the equipment. I mean, it's not cheap.
And it's not free. Let me play the
It can't again, the who's paying for this shit is so fucking funny. If you ever go to, again, I understand it's anecdotal, but go watch my video where I went to LA protest. I made a note to do it. I forgot like the first 2 or 3 times when I did it. But like when people would hand out food or snack bags or like little granola bars or water bottles, I always ask, hey, where did you get these? And universally, the looks of genuine confusion on people's faces made me laugh. Where they would just be like, what? Costco? I think one person was like, Costco? And I was like, okay, but did you pay for it? And everybody was like, yeah, I pay for it with my own money. As if they were borrowing money. I was asking if they were borrowing money from their fucking parents or something. And it's just like, it's one of those things that it's such a stupid conspiratorial idea that is completely unraveled when you think about it for just a fucking second.
3 clips, and if you could take me through this. This is you before you're arrested, trying to put a flag out, and Antifa surrounds you. Let's play that clip here.
This person fucking owning it. This person fucking awesome. This dingus back here, you know who he looks like? I just figured it out, chat. You know who he looks like? He looks like DSP. That's who I was like, who is that? Is that Phil? Phil, that's Phil. No, that's Nick Stortor. Sorry, my dog is whining. I will be right back. Give me 1 second. What? She saved my ball. He's back there. Oh no, your bone's in the corner. She must have been pushing her bone and it's in the corner for whatever reason.
We got a Trump supporter right here.
Oh, he's putting it on the ground and he's making it worse. And now he's standing on it. Now he's standing on it. He doesn't supposed to stand.
I love. Now, she's so funny. You're not supposed to stand on it. That's so good. That's so good. Trying to put out a flag. Yeah, no. It's. If you haven't seen, one of the funniest clips I've seen lately is this dork trying to give one of the flags to Trump, who just like doesn't give a shit. Just doesn't give a shit.
Stand on it? Oh, no, he's standing on it.
Okay. So why did you do that? I mean, other than it's the right thing to do, but why did you do
Oh,
that?
it's the right thing to do.
Fuck
off.
I mean, if you're gonna sit there and burn a flag in the middle of this, I mean, in that case in particular, it wasn't just burning the flag. It was also, you know, you're burning it in the grass next to a bunch of timber. And there's some crazy ass homeless guy that's gonna end up, you know, this tree hangs over the ice facility. You're gonna end up setting the freaking tree on fire. And I mean, it's just that's a public safety hazard at that point. So you can say, oh, well, you're trampling on his First Amendment rights. Whatever, dude. I still have the flag. It's in the back of my car, and I'm gonna keep it. I actually did it a second time last night too. And depending on which cops are out here. There's one patriot in particular that's fully supportive of me doing that. So you know, President Trump.
Okay, so he's admitting that there are cops who agree with him and support him, so kind of undoes the whole cops or Antifa thing. Let's go. Also, what a fucking narc. Like that's the only thing I can say is just like, what a fucking dweeb. What a dweebus. What a little dingus dongle dweebus, man. Like, what the fuck? Motherfucker pretending he's Smokey the Bear for real. Like, he sees people. It's just like, you're at a protest. People light shit on fire. If people are lighting a flag on fire, it is a symbolic gesture. It is usually done in the street. Should it probably have been done next to a bush? No. But also, that kind of thing, it's the idea that he's like, well, I was just, you know, only you can stop forest fires. It's like, fucking bullshit. Whatever, dude. It's just, it's such deeply narc behavior. It's such like, teacher, mods, I spilled my juice.
The other day, when I took that flag and that video went viral, that's when he put out a post on True Social saying that they were actually going to start, that he was, by that post, he was ordering Pam Bondi to seek 1 year in jail for everybody doing that. And I know
See, and that's what it's all about for him. That's what it is. It is him going, teacher, teacher, and the teacher finally goes, fucking, yeah, Sortor, what do you want, Sortor? And he's like, but this person put a flag over here, and the president's like, let's just fucking, all right, well, if you burn a flag, you get arrested. And he's like, haha, see, the teacher president did the thing I want to do. It's like, fuck, you dweeb. Shut up. Get in the locker.
Reiterated that on True Social immediately after this video.
Okay, take me to the next clip. This is the initial altercation. Here it is.
Get out here!
He's so afraid. I'm Fed posting? I'm not Fed posting. Yeah, who's Fed? I didn't Fed post. I'm not Fed posting.
I don't know how you put up with this. Tell me what happened there.
Oh, he's so brave. I guarantee that was him yelling. I guarantee that was him yelling. What does he say? What does he say? He got pushed around.
Yeah, well, only in Portland does the victim get arrested after they've been punched and thrown into a hole. I mean, what I was doing was I was trying to walk back to my car to get another battery for my camera.
Oh, were you?
My car was down that sidewalk, which is the sidewalk on the opposite side of the road from where the encampment is. So apparently, you're just not allowed to walk down the sidewalk at all in this part of Portland. And I mean, as you can see, like I gave multiple warnings. I kept putting my hand up, saying "back away, back away." I'm just trying to walking down the sidewalk, you know. And they don't take that for an answer. And you see that umbrella pop up, right? Yeah. They do that in order so that because they know what was going to happen here. This was like a planned attack. They put that umbrella up, hoping to hide the fact that I was going to be punched from the camera that was behind me, and they missed. The umbrella fell too early. So it was caught on camera that I was the one that was actually punched, and they broke my camera at that point. So I have to use my phone now for this stuff, and then threw me in this hole. And it was soon after that I walked over to the group of police officers, like 12 police officers on bikes. That I walked over there because I wanted them to protect me, to help me, not allow me to continue to get beat by these people in the street. And so I stood next to them, I talked to them, and so I got police rolling up on me now. I just never know what's going on. And they ended up arresting me rather than.
Really,
I wonder why. Because it kind of seems like he used that footage because he can kind of spin it to be like, well, no, because I flipped the thing. Kind of seems like he fucking threw the first punch when you really watch it. And he really thinks the police, first off, if you were involved in any altercation, they're going to detain you. At the very least. They're not going to take your word for some shit and be like, the policeman, the mean Antifa, they hit me and they took my phone. Like, they're going to be like, no, we'll sort this shit out later. You were in a fight at a protest? All right. Get in the wagon. We'll fucking work it out later. Dog.
Arresting my assailants.
Really disturbing when a law-abiding citizen in a U.S. city. I can see the reaction even in your body language with the police behind you. You are concerned that the police are not your friends. And
I'm a big.
Oh, it's concerning? Wow, Glenn, it's concerning when citizenry are worried that the police might target them. I can't with this dude. Like, you know, the thing I think that bugs me more about Glenn, why I don't watch Glenn as much as like we've watched some Tucker lately, as much as like Matt or anybody else, is that he has no guile to him. He's just genuinely incredulous at these things conceptually. He's just like really unable to tether these ideas together. That's wild. Welcome to the world of anybody who's been in a peaceful protest line.
Supporter of the police, Glenn. I have been for the longest time. That's why I'm actually out here supporting a form of police here, at the ICE facility.
Let me play the last clip I have where you're attacked again.
This is the sidewalk. Get out of the way.
Whoa. Okay. Whoa.
So this is after he stole something from somebody. So somebody's like, hey, why are you stealing shit? Because he did a brave American thing. He put out the flag. GG Life, thank you for following.
Walk down the sidewalk in Portland, or else you're gonna get jumped and pushed and shoved and assaulted.
You're not just fucking walking down the God, you are such a fucking bitch, baby. Ugh. This is the thing I can't fucking stand about these losers, is they are terminally it drives me crazy. Is there one? Oh, I guess there is one this Saturday. I will try. To make it this Saturday. What am I doing on Saturday? So, Thursday, Friday. Yeah, I'll try to make it.
Okay. So now we're gonna get assaulted. You're gonna be pushed. You're gonna be.
God, he is such a little. You gotta watch the body language. Just really fucking what's beta? Beta is the word I'm looking for. All right. So there he is right here. And he's going back for the flag, I think. No, he has the flag. Oh yeah, no, he is going back for the flag. And that this guy's like, "Wait, did you really just fucking go back for the flag?" And he just fucking
And you're arrested after this.
No, that one I wasn't arrested after. That one was that one I had the one patriotic cop that I found here.
Because fucking even Glenn Beck is like, "Oh, okay, so you went into this group of people being like, oh, I'm going to be aggro. I stole this thing. They took it back. I'm going to intentionally incite more and steal it back from them to elevate the situation." Even Glenn Beck was like, yeah, well, naturally, this is like, okay, yeah, this was the point where you were arrested. He's like, no, actually, I wasn't, because even though I said all the Antifa are police, actually, there was a cool cop there, and we got smoothies later after. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Was actually on duty that night, and he told me that I could walk down that sidewalk, and that and they can't stop you from doing so. And I didn't like try too hard. I was basically, we were live at the time, so I was demonstrating for the camera that you're not allowed to walk down public sidewalks in Portland without being assaulted. And
you weren't just That's not what you were doing, though. You had stolen shit from somebody else, probably been an asshole about it, judging by your regular demeanor. And people wanted you out of their group. You know what else you're not supposed to do at a protest? Jean-Claude Grandam, this dude's Adam's apple is obscuring his choker. Okay. Is it? I don't think you know what obscuring means. What was I saying? Bye, dipshit. Yeah, he did just assault the guy he stole his flag from. It's just like, when you go to a protest, police are usually, and they can't be, everywhere all the time. I understand that. You think with all the funding they get, they would be. But they generally try and keep people to their separate groups. So when you have somebody who is very ideologically opposed going into another group, the police find that inadvisable because you are obviously not wanted there. It doesn't matter if, I was just walking down the sidewalk. No, you were specifically going down places you knew would be seen as inciting to other people. Your presence was not wanted or needed. You decided to go in there anyway. And you didn't do it in a chill, civilian manner. You didn't try and go in all undercover. You didn't try and be like, oh, this is what it's really like in Antifa. You didn't try and just like sit back and maybe listen to what they're actually fucking saying. You went in, stole shit out of people's hands, ignored what other people were asking, burst your way through crowds and groups. Bonkers.
And by that, I wasn't assuming that they were going to grab me and wrap their arms around me and steal my flag. And that's exactly what happened here. And it wasn't, wasn't particularly pretty. But
when they arrested you, what were you arrested for?
Disorderly conduct. And that is a hell of a claim, considering all the fires being set, all the munitions, the fireworks and stuff being blown up in the middle of the night over here, all the cops that are assaulted.
All the munitions, as if they're fucking, they have a cannonade down there. The munitions. It's probably just fucking like sparklers and shit. That's great. Again, munitions. So that's just... Munitions is great for me, actually. Munitions is so funny.
The vandalism in the street. The disorderly part about what I've been doing is exposing the BS and the lack of action on the fact of this on the part of the city and the police department. That's what was disorderly to them.
Do they treat the Portland police officers different than they treat the federal officers?
Absolutely they do, because they don't...
Oh, wait. Do they treat the police who live in that city different than the people coming in to take members of the community away who are abducting people God knows where to at any time? Well, fucking weird. Who are just beating the shit out of protesters randomly? Do they treat them differently than the other people that they live beside, even if they don't like the police? Oh, yeah, absolutely. You fucking think?
See the Portland police as their foe, because the Portland police doesn't arrest any of them, like pretty much ever. Yeah, that was one of the demands that we made in our letter yesterday. Was we want to know exactly how many of these thugs have been arrested here in the past 30 days, and for what, right? Because when you're seeing journalists being assaulted in the streets by, I'm talking about Katie Davenport here again, and they don't arrest the assailant that beat her with a pole and gave her a concussion.
Yeah, really bad.
Then, why would you not think, if you're Antifa, that the police here are on your side?
How do the regular people feel? I mean, this has been going on for a very long time.
This has been going on for a very long time. What he's gonna you know what they're gonna do? They're gonna try and spin it. I'm making a prediction, just knowing how these dickheads talk. I'm going to predict that they're going to try and make it seem like, oh, they want to be liberated. They live in fear of the Antifa regime. They're so scared of all these blue-haired college students with their woke macchiatos and avocado bread and whatever other dumb bullshit they like to tack on to their descriptors. I'm willing. Quick, Captain, contact the 6th Pride Flag Regiment. They need to sport the 11th Sprinkles Command.
And the people keep voting the same way. What are we to take away from that? I mean, I grew up in the Pacific Northwest. I grew up around my share of hippies, and where I grew up is very similar now, Bellingham, Washington, to the attitude in Portland. And you're alone. If you disagree with it, you're alone. What is the attitude there?
I mean, just over the past several days, I've seen a wild increase in residents from the area coming up and confronting these people. They're tired of not being able to get to their homes. They're tired of all the screaming and yelling at 3 o'clock in the morning, obviously. But the problem out here is that the local media will not cover it that way. They will not show the residents here pleading for help, because they're also afraid of these Antifa thugs. They do this thing. The Antifa guys go up to the media and demand that they say something supportive of Antifa or whatever movement, or anti-ICE, or pro. In this case, they were making them say pro-illegal propaganda and stuff, just as a way of. It's like pledging to the mafia, right? Back in the day, it's
dog. I'm sorry. Like, granted, I realized that was an easy dunk. That was an easy dunk, but still, I don't miss. That was a little bit easy. I'll give you all that, but damn, dog, that's. Call the Antifa Mafia. That's so good. The pro-illegal Antifa Mafia. And people are they're so scared of them because they can't get to their cars. That's great for me.
Like, just for safety. You say whatever they want you to say to do so. So these reporters from the local mainstream media will not negatively cover these riots ever.
So I'm seeing what's happening now in Chicago. It's getting worse and worse and worse. And the local police, even the mayor, the governor, are.
So here's another thing that I know is absolutely bullshit. I worked for several years in a predominantly red city. I worked in a news station, so I got a firsthand view of how the news station, especially local news, treats their relationship with police. I've talked about this before. Excuse me, sorry. I've talked about this before, where local police are often held in extremely high regard because whether they act improperly or not, news media is more willing to go along with their version of events than any protesters because they are often sources for inside news, for things as they're breaking, things that are for local and small news outlets that are hanging on by a fucking thread in the current media landscape. Those are dire lifelines. They need that shit. They can't live without it. They literally can't. And so the idea that Portland police are working with Antifa and then local media won't cover it, won't cover Antifa because they're is such, it's layers of bullshit that I love it. I love it. I mean, I hate it. I hate that we're at this point, but also, man, it's so fucking dumb.
They are making it a safe place for people like Antifa and not law-abiding citizens. If we don't take care and clean up Portland, Chicago, what happens? Where does this go?
I mean, it's already starting to feel like it's like this place is not even America anymore. If we look, we have the mandate.
We have the mandate. Real quick, it's starting to feel like it's not even America anymore. What do you mean by that? Expand on that. It's not even America. What do you mean by that, buddy? What do you? What? No, you were gonna say? No, you go. No. No, Nick, Mr. Sortor, please go by your lead.
Right now to do something. President Trump has the mandate. He has the American people behind him to put this nonsense to bed. Right? Because there are plenty of reasonable people that live in these cities that are victims of this crap every day, right? This is our chance to do it. If we don't do it now, I don't think we'll ever have the opportunity to do it.
There we go. It is now or never. We need to go in and crush the civilian uprising. We need to go in and liberate all of these cities from the roving bands of Antifa. Never mind the fact that these protesters, Antifa or not, whether they ascribe to that or not, wouldn't be there if there wasn't a state-sanctioned and Trump-mandated occupation of the city streets right now. Let's not think about causality or what led to this point. But we do need Trump. We have the mandate from Trump to go in and do this, and we need Trump to go in and just fucking crush all these rebels. And yeah, come on, dude.
This is the best time, the best opportunity we've had in history, in modern U.S. history, to clean these places up, to go in and look. You have one of the things that they're doing out here at ICE, and they know they're doing this. They are taking resources away from federal Title VIII work, as in deportation rates, because these ICE agents and these Border Patrol agents have to guard this facility, hundreds of them at any given time. So instead of them going out and doing these raids, they're here. And every day that passes, that's more and more illegals that we won't be able to deport by the end of the term here. And so that's why these activist judges are working so hard to block the commander-in-chief from deploying the National Guard to protect federal facilities, which I didn't even realize that was controversial, to have the National Guard guard federal facilities. So they know that it's going to be overturned on.
I didn't even realize it was controversial to have National Guard with live ammunition guarding civilian protesters. Do you? It's just this belief that the state is justified in any show or any response of force, no matter how severe or intimidating or inciting, against literally any. Not even, I can't even call the protests a threat in most cases, literally any perceived disagreement. And that's really the astroturfing being done here, is that they want to continue the trend of painting anybody who even disagrees, even the fair weather liberals, the mom and pop like Daily Show watchers, the people in frog suits just dancing in the streets. They want to paint them as antific, as radical, fucking, like the punk gangs in a Schumacher Batman movie. Like they want everybody to think that, these Antifa war boys are just taken to the fucking streets. And it's just because they don't want their fucking cities overrun. How are there two people? Sorry, I just got fucking distracted. How are there two people in the chat named Jem right now? Jem Williams and Jem. It's just wild to me.
But every single day that they can delay and stall are more days that illegals get to stay in this country, and the less of them that we get to deport by the end of the term.
What is the percentage of people that actually have a brain that are involved in this, and how many are just, privileged doofs?
Yeah. Privileged doofs. See, and that's my other favorite part. This is something that I've been I think. Yeah, the anti-government power guy from my youth. Yeah, I mean, Alex Jones has been the same way. Like, Alex Jones has been the same way. No, Tobias, you're not shadow banned. I see you. I didn't see if you. I have a lot of crossing the screen right now. God damn it! I forgot what I was gonna say. Damn it, Ryan. Oh yeah, the privilege thing. This is something that, as I've been doing my research on the documentary, like I said, I talked about at the beginning of the show, documentary on sex abuse scandals and trans sex work, the trans sex work industry. One of the things that I keeps popping back up in the back of my head is this line from TERFs and gender criticals that, like, it's bourgeois to transition, that being trans is a primarily, you have to be privileged, you have to be rich to be transgender. When overwhelmingly the people who are trans forced to engage in sex work vastly outweigh the rest of the population for living far under the poverty line. Like, the statistics aren't even fucking close. And it reminds me of this a lot, in that if you cannot admit the humanity of your opposition, if you cannot admit that people might be protesting because of their material conditions, that people might be protesting because of the perceived injustices, you have to paint them as privileged. You have to paint them as out of touch for caring, for interacting with these concepts and ideas. And it's just always like, this has been the fucking narrative for as long as I remember, is that, oh, the liberals, they're all rich liberal college professors or dumb college kids. And it's like, dog, you go out on those city streets, you're seeing a lot of crust punks. You're seeing kids who have been working and operating like heavy machinery and working hard, backbreaking manual labor jobs their entire fucking life. People who are working jobs to support themselves and their families. Like, this shit about, like, oh, they're all just college kids doesn't fucking fly. Like, sorry. But when bullets are flying over people's heads, when people are fucking launching, I still keep it on my desk, when people are fucking launching these motherfuckers that are hitting people in skulls, not a lot of upper crust philosophy majors stick around for that. It's one of those things that just beggars fucking belief.
I mean, another question to ask is, how many of them are perpetually, like, have just fried their brains from drugs? That's what it seems like a lot of these people out here. They don't seem like regular human beings that you can just talk to. They don't.
Okay, so again, I love, this is a great convergence of these two narratives. This is something we saw Jesse Waters talk about, I think a couple weeks ago. Or wait, no. I talked about it in the video I did on Jesse Waters, where there's this conflation of, like, okay, at once all of these Antifa protesters, they have to be just drug-addled, they're practically zombies, these poor unfortunate souls who are just being scooped up by Antifa. They're all these homeless people that they've doped up and they've made into their foot soldiers. But then on the other hand, they're also affluent. They're none of them are, people of color, have any material interest. They're just white people trying to stick up for other people, and because they're just these completely misguided, naive young liberals. And so it's, well, which one? Are they both just like white zombie style foot soldiers who've been drugged up and given so many, they're the Antifa super soldier serum? Or are they affluent kids who have never worked a job in their life and have never had a sliver? It kind of seems like those are two mutually exclusive groups. They don't seem like they would blend real well in their material interests and their actions and in the way that they might protest, the things they might protest. Interesting.
Have that ability. And I know a lot of them, like the left likes to take advantage of low IQ and mentally ill individuals. That's why you see trans militants everywhere at this point, especially in.
Let's go, chat. Let's fucking go. Trans militants mentioned. Fucking, I need that meme of that girl popping champagne, the anime meme. Trans militancy mentioned. Let's fucking go. Honestly, I don't think we can. Everybody transgender. That's what the Democrats want. Everybody transgender. I call it Tran-Tifa. They're calling it Tran-Tifa, folks, and more people are calling it this. I came up with that just the other day. Tran-Tifa. Chat. We do need a bingo card. Oh yeah. I don't know. I slipped into my beer Cookie Monster for a second. Oh yeah. Oh yes. Cookie good. All right. We've got Neko Surus playing video games. Likely thing for Surus to do. And Actual Jake talking about Christians think a comet is magic, which sounds perfect for me. That sounds like perfect slop for my audience. Why is my camera keeps doing that? Dress as Meatwad for the protest. That would be pretty good. That would be cute. All right. Good night, everybody. Thank you all for chilling out, for having a cool stream. I will see y'all later. And don't forget to like, sub to the channel, do all that stuff. I have more videos coming. Oh, God, I'm working on so many things. So please, if you haven't yet, like, subscribe, check out the latest videos. Check out my review of Tron. I've heard it's pretty good. The review, not the movie. Check out the review of the movie. Don't check out the movie. But either way, I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your night. And